Good morning, everyone, and sorry for this strange water bottle. But if I lose it in the office, everyone knows it's mine. So first, thanks to HFMA for hosting this workshop every year. I just finished my 10th year at the commission and have attended this every single year with the exception of COVID interruptions. And I enjoy all of the ones where I don't have to present. So this has been ruined at 9:05 for me. And before James isn't here, before he says, you were on the planning committee, you only have yourself to blame. It's really hard to say no to him on a Teams call with his camera off. So truthfully, really happy to provide an HSCRC over a 101 as the resident HSCRC personality hire. And if someone who knows me comes up to me after and they're like, you have a lot more going for you than being a personality hire, I would tell them that I asked to dress up as Santa at the holiday party this year. I posted it on my LinkedIn. I've reminded people for a month that I did that, and I'm confessing it to everyone here. So I have some receipts. But as the personality hire, I'm perhaps maybe the best person to make this agency appear more approachable. Yes, we regulate 20 some billion dollars of regulated revenue, but we're also just 50 regulators in a strip mall. If you consult or work for a hospital, maybe you felt personally victimized by a deadline we set, just know that we always know someone's going to be upset by a deadline we set. So some of what I talk about today is probably old news to a lot of you who've been in this industry and following the HSCRC for a while. But sometimes there's always something new to learn. At the very least, you've gotten some bad comedy this morning. Could I ask how many are new in this room? Okay. All right. Good. I don't feel too weird about sharing old news then. So let me go to the next slide. All right. So today we're going to cover the basics of the HSCRC. What is our mission? What are we charged to do as a state agency? Our staffing structure. So what departments lead specific programs and policies? Our approach to stakeholder engagement and our work group management structure. What you need to know about our monthly commission meetings. So where to find meeting materials, how to listen virtually, how to get on email notification lists. And then our policy development workflow. I'll take you at a high level, kind of step by step, how we develop a policy and what you need to know about opportunities for stakeholder input. So my goal today is, by the time you leave, you know who to contact, where to look, and when to engage. So perhaps the HSCRC isn't quite so mysterious. Yeah, so if you're new to Maryland, our commission is an independent state agency responsible for regulating the cost and quality of care at Maryland hospitals. We're weird and proud of it because our agency is one of a kind. Our commission is unique and has been at the forefront of transformative healthcare financing and policy for over 50 years. Next slide. And while there is a lot of change happening in our system right now and has for the last 12 years, our authority under Maryland statute remains the same. And the HSCRC has to assure that the total costs of all services offered by a hospital are reasonable. Aggregate revenues of a hospital are reasonably related to aggregate costs, and rates are set equitably among all purchasers of hospital services. Slide. Great. So our commission has set all payer rates since the 1970s. And we're going to talk today a little bit how things are going to transform under the HEAD model under the next 10 years. But the commission has been at the forefront of our agreements with CMS for the last 12 years. So with the all payer model, the total cost of care model, and now the HEAD model, along with our colleagues at the Maryland Department of Health. Slide. While we do work closely with the Maryland Department of Health, we're governed by 7 commissioners who are appointed by the governor for 4-year terms. Our current chair is Dr. Josh Sharfstein. He is a former MD secretary and Baltimore City Health Commissioner. And our other commissioners have experience as hospital and payer executives, clinicians, and policy experts. And I'm going to go into our staffing structure in a moment, but we have roughly 50 staff at the commission. We also work really closely with CRISP, our health information exchange. She will also be presenting today. So in addition to all of the reporting tools that they develop and maintain, they also help us administer our care redesign programs. Our fiscal year 26 budget was 22.6 million. 100% of that comes from hospital assessments. Great. So when discussing what we were going to put in a 101, part of it was to pull back the curtain on our staffing structure. What are the different teams we have? What are we and what they lead and focus on? Kind of easiest to bifurcate our staff between our analytic and regulatory teams, and then our external affairs and agency teams. And I'm going to talk more about what the teams on the right lead and specialize on, but I'll also say that we're a really collaborative agency that does not operate in silos. There's a lot of cross-team work that takes place, and we have a really flat staffing structure. Go to the next one. So we'll start with my team, medical economics and data analytics. Kind of two shops within this team. One half is the analytics shop that digs into model and hospital financial performance. The other half is the care transformation team focused on our value-based care programs, our special funding programs. We interface probably the most with CMMI on model implementation, although, like I said, all of our teams contribute to the work we're doing. I love working on this team. One of the worst days of my career, though, was when I had to edit a spreadsheet with Karen Teague, who's going to present today, which was harrowing. But then one time, William complimented my use of a SUMIF formula in an email, so I printed that out. So next one. Our population-based, our healthcare data management and integrity team collects an immense amount of data on our hospital operations. So this is our clinical data, which we refer to case mix, our financial data, demographic data. So this team is really focused on maintaining the security, privacy, and management of the data, as well as analytic support. The other side of our team is focused on hospital audits. And if you don't know what an audit is, you're in the wrong room. But we can go to the next one. Our population-based methodology center has three teams. The first is financial methodologies. So the team focused on our efficiency policies, market shift, uncompensated care. Our commissioners recently approved some policies that team developed. They also contribute to our annual update factor and hospital full rate reviews. The quality team drives our pay for performance policies like readmissions, quality-based reimbursement, and ED best practices. You're going to hear more about our ED best practices later today and ED wait times. So you'll learn a little bit more about the work this team does. And then finally, we have the population health team that's focused on methodologies to incentivize improvements in population health. This team does a lot of ad hoc modeling and analyses to support all commission policies and teams, though. Next, I put hospital rate regulation at the end because honestly, the work of all other centers flows towards a rate setting. The data that feeds our quality and financial methodologies, that impacts hospital rates. The financial monitoring occurring on a monthly basis from the medical economics team informs the development of the update factor. Kind of all roads lead to rate setting. And I'm going to encourage you, Jerry Schmidt leads this team, and he just hit a very important milestone at the commission. But I encourage you to meet Kate Cooksey as well, who's been on the HFMA planning committee for this as long as I've known her, which has been over 10 years. So I'll go to the next one. All right, so stakeholder, we can pivot one more. Yeah. So I'd say stakeholder engagement and work groups are some of the most important work we do at the commission. All of our work groups, which I'll sort of walk through in a minute, are open to the public. The meeting materials, meeting reportings are posted on our website. MHA and hospital leadership are represented on all work groups. We also have an open door policy. So we are here to talk with you. And our staff really values building a relationship with the industry so we can answer questions, problem solve, and build better policies. So don't be scared to reach out to us. And then this also leads me to say that we do think partnership is important. So Our staff worked very closely with MedChi to build our value-based program for specialty physicians. And we co-led a work group, and we make program updates annually, and we'll continue to work with them on how this transforms under AHEAD. And the point I'm trying to make is that we do not try to make policy in a silo. Leveraging stakeholder expertise means better policy and more buy-in, which is a really good thing. So the commission has three main work groups, standing work groups. Our payment models work group meets primarily for the purposes of developing our annual update factor. The policies related to global budgets typically flow through subgroups here. So our population-based methodologies team recently leveraged a volume subgroup to vet recent policies that our commissioners approved. Our performance measurement work group is focused on policies that address hospital quality. So this includes readmissions, MHAC, QBR, and the ED best practices policy that I just mentioned. And our total cost of care work group is focused primarily on the development of our value-based care programs and providing input on model agreements with CMMI. So if you're looking for updates on the value-based care program development or updates on AHEAD policies, this is the primary work group you can listen to for more in-depth discussion. So we post our website, our work group rosters on our website, along with meeting dates, Zoom links, all meeting materials, including reportings. Hospitals are always represented on our work groups, and we aim for a real balance in geography, size, whether they're independent or system owned. Clinicians are really important voices on our work groups as our payers, including our Medicaid colleagues as our state agency partner. There's also industry organizations, MedChi, and the consumer perspective is also important and shouldn't be left out of policy discussions, decisions made at the commission. And great news, it's all on the website. So here are some fun screenshots. It's linked on the homepage. The top left, you'll see, well, my arrow is a little bit wrong, but work groups is the second icon down. And if you click through, it takes you to the right. You'll see that there's kind of drop down menus for every standing work group and subgroup we have right now. So go to the next one. Okay. If you have questions about the work groups that you can't find on the website, I'm including emails here. Our payment models work group is picking up soon. I think the first meeting is next week to talk about our annual update factor. Our rate regulation team drives that work with the support of financial methodologies. Performance measurement, that's led very obviously by our quality team and meets on the third Wednesday of every month. Total cost of care is led by our medical economics and data analytics team. That meets at the last Wednesday of every month, and subgroups are kind of handled on a case-by-case basis. The information is typically available on the website, or you can email any of these for clarity. All right, go to the next one. All right, so how do we craft policy at the commission? And I don't have a catchy song like I'm just Seville on Capitol Hill for this, but hopefully a very clear graphic instead. But I like to break our policy making down into three categories. There's staff work. I just talked about our staffing structure, our areas of expertise, who leads policy development and implementation. This is kind of where the staff grind happens. And then we have public engagement. So I talked about our standing work groups and subgroups. I talked about our open door policy. Stakeholder engagement is so important. It's a critical part of the policymaking process of the commission. And then commissioner review. This is where we bring the policy to commissioners to present, answer questions, and have them ultimately vote on the policies. The graphic is not proportionate to the amount of time it takes to complete them. The first two blocks are where the bulk of staff work happens, where the work group review takes place. Most of the body of work is done by the time we get to a draft policy that we bring to our commissioners in one of our public meetings. And that's generally where we're going to get a green light from our commissioners to come back with a final policy, note any substantive feedback from commissioners during discussion, or be told to take a little more time, go back to the drawing board for a bit and come back later. but ideally we've brought a draft that commissioners advise us to move forward on. And so at that point, we start to collect formal public comment on the draft policy. And I'll explain sort of the process for doing that in a moment. But don't forget, we've been doing stakeholder engagement through the entire development process. And we're in the best position to be thoughtful and responsive to stakeholder comments when they come through work groups and direct outreach during the drafting process. So like if you want to take a shot at us and get it like in the public record, that's like another story. But the point I'm trying to make is that if there's a policy concern that you want addressed, start in the first green box. Don't wait to submit a written letter after we've released a draft. Like you can, but it's better to start early in the process. So once we collect all of the written comments, staff review all of these and address them in our final policy recommendation, and we present them to commissioners. Maybe staff agree with stakeholder comments and make a refinement to the final policy. Maybe staff disagrees, but we explain our position on the subject and answer questions. And then our commissioners then vote to approve a policy or reject. And if commissioners vote to approve it, staff move forward to then implement the policy. So in overly reductive nutshell, that is the policy development or workflow for how staff draft recommendations and how commissioners approve HSCRC policies. We can go to the next one. All right, what to know about commission meetings. So our commissioners receive draft recommendations and vote on final recommendations at our monthly public meetings. If you want to listen in, they're at 1 p.m. the second Wednesday of every month. They're hybrid, so we host them on Zoom, but if you want to sit in really uncomfortable chairs in a strip mall, please come on down. We post the agenda and any reports, draft recommendations, final recommendations on our website the week prior to the meeting. Anything on the agenda that says final recommendation is going to receive a commissioner vote. We do have a distribution list for meeting notifications where we email materials out to. I think it's kind of a secret list that we don't want to be a secret. So we created a Google form here and it's linked later on where you can be added to this. And then when within a few days after the meeting, we post all final materials, which includes any slides we might have used during the presentation, as well as the meeting recording. Okay, next slide. So a question I'm frequently asked the week of commission meetings is, where's the Zoom link? So the easy answer is it's on the homepage and pretty hard to miss. We post the link the Monday of the meeting. There's a screenshot of what it looks like, also the address for our offices if you do want to sit in the uncomfortable chairs. We also have meeting materials for every commission meeting going back to 2009. You can find that kind of on the ribbon at the top. There's a drop down that says commission meetings. And last night I got curious and I was like, what were commissioners voting on in 2009? And it turns out the first meeting we have posted is December 2008, where they were taking up making votes on the uncompensated care policy. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. And we do have staff who were probably there at that meeting. So you go to the next one. As I discussed, there is a formal period where staff accepts written comments from the public on draft policies. The instructions on where to email them and the deadlines are on the cover page of the draft policy, which is in the commission meeting materials that I just showed you how to find and that are posted the week prior to the meeting. Staff on occasion do extend comment deadline, especially if you ask very politely. If we extend a deadline, we post this on the HSCRC homepage, send an email out to that notification list, and then email any relevant work groups that have been working on the policy with staff. I said this earlier, but all written comments are reviewed by staff and addressed in the final recommendation. They're included in the commissioner packets and public meeting materials that are released the week before the meeting. So if you're submitting a letter, just note that it's going to be shared publicly, not just with commissioners, but on our website and with a broader audience. Stakeholders who also submit written comments are allowed to provide verbal testimony and respond to commissioner questions at the meeting when the final policy vote takes place. So if you don't want to be in the hot seat, maybe skip it if you like being in the limelight. It's a beautiful place to be. And the other thing I would say is that for verbal testimony, comments have to be limited to what was addressed in the written comments, which is to ensure that stakeholder feedback is addressed in the final recommendation. Go to the next slide. We do from time to time put out requests for comment not related to any final formal policy recommendation. So as we move our way through the HEAD model, we may request public comments on specific issues to inform future policies and programs. So we'll typically announce these at a commission meeting, post notice on our website, email those distribution lists. Sometimes we have very specific questions we are interested in input in. So to be heard, follow the instruction, meet the deadlines, reach out to staff if you have questions. In these cases, staff may present a summary to our commissioners at a future meeting after reviewing all of the submissions. Next one. So I won't go through this in huge detail, but from time to time, we have to promulgate regulations, which follows a slightly different workflow than the other HSCRC policies. We recently finalized some regulations related to financial assistance for consumers. So when promulgating regulations, we usually always have a work group, but the formal public comment period is a little bit different and follows state guidelines. Not something we do as frequently as all of the other policies we develop, but sometimes we're prompted to because of changes in statute, for example. That's kind of my last slide, and I flew through them really quick, but I'm very happy to take any questions from folks. And I know it's too early to ask questions because the coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Yeah. James usually bullies people into it. So
yep, I have my script from James. Okay, go ahead, Katie. Do you have a question? Oh, I was going to say, if you have a question, because we are recording, Jerry recording through Zoom, we would need you all to kind of come to the microphone so that we can actually hear it, or we can just repeat the question. Okay. So, Katie, do you have a question? Yes.
The anticipation. I'm really excited, Katie. It better be a good one.
Okay, so can you talk, Erin, about how do the analytic and regulatory teams within the HSCRC interact and coordinate to align programs and outputs across the organization? Do you have any insights into that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I would say that, like I said, a lot of things we're a collaborative agency, and things that one team does informs the work of another team. So for example, our health data management integrity team, which is at that table over there, they're pulling all of the case mix and clinical data, financial data, and then providing it to a different team that's trying to provide summaries or do some modeling for a policy we're doing. So I would say like that's the best way to think about how each team feeds into each other. I think for those of you who've been working with us for a long time, it's really not just one person from one team you're meeting with. There might be other people from different teams who really support each other, collaborate. You know, I would say that, yeah, we're structured in different ways, but it's a pretty flat structure, and everybody, you know, if you're not sure who to reach out to, you do know who the right person to reach out to is.
That was a good answer. I have a follow-up question to that, because I think a lot of us work across teams. So there's usually like a rev cycle team, there's a reimbursement team, there might be a decision support team, then you've got operations. Do you have any best practices, like operationally, about how you guys hardwire working across teams at HSCRC?
So we have a lot of like leadership meetings where we're sharing, going around robin, talking about hero priority issues that everybody needs to be aware of and tap into. And I think like we all have pretty close relationships with each other. One thing that's great about having a small agency is that we're really accessible to one another. And I would say also because of the flat staffing structure, there's not like all of these levels we have to go through to have conversations. Everyone is sort of approachable, and you can get answers, I think, from each other pretty easily. So
Great. Who else has a question? Because I have another one. Oh, go ahead. Get up. I'm sorry. Or that one.
Forgive me, I'm new to this, but you said in the beginning, HSCRC is something that's unique to Maryland. I just wanted to ask why that is, or are there other small regulatory agencies in other states? What makes Maryland special?
Maryland is the only state that has had all-payer rate has all-payer rate setting right now. There were some states back in the 70s and maybe early 80s that were doing this, but Maryland is the only state that continues to do this. I think there's some other agencies that have that do a lot, have some similar functions, but I think Maryland has also been leading the way with the all-payer model, the total cost of care model. We're the first state to implement the AHEAD model. And because our commission directs so much of that, that's again something that I think makes our agency stand out. That answer the question?
Yeah, good. Any other questions? If not, oh, we have a question in the back. Come on up. You got to use the microphone.
You should tell James to get the prices right in song next
Yeah.
year. Come on down. That is definitely built for, the height is built for men here.
Not for me. My question is for those who are new to the HSCRC, what do you recommend would be the best way for us to get educated on the many policies that exist within Maryland?
Yeah, so another thing that we have on our web, so I'll steer you to the website as a first thing, but honestly, go to the final slide. My email's here. We also have a work with email. So you can email anyone. But something that I think is a really great tool we have is we produce an annual legislative report for the legislature that at a really high level summarizes, okay, what is the Maryland model? How have we been performed? How have we, performed on it? What are the quality policies? Kind of a summary of those. What has our performance been? We talk about sort of our rate setting policies with the update factor. It really condenses everything we do into a 30-page report, along with many appendices. But I think that's a great tool that when we have new people start at the commission, we direct them to read. I'll have to check and see how updated our website is, but we can probably post it, our most recent one, if it's not up there. But I think that's a great place for people to start because it really shows you kind of every single kind of important element of our commission in plainer language, which is good for somebody, who's new to the industry.
Thank you. Probably do one more question. Anyone?
That's a good question.
I have one more question if there's no more questions. So HSCRC with the EQUIP program coordinated with MedChi, an external organization. Curious, are there any upcoming partnerships with other agencies or similar to work with MedChi that you guys are thinking about yet?
So there's, I think as we go through ahead, there's going to be a lot more opportunities for stakeholder engagement as we think about sort of new programs and transformations that's going to happen. So that stuff we're going to email out to the industry and invite to. You're going to learn a little bit more about the work we're doing with other state agencies today, because AHEAD is bigger than what we've done ever before, and it requires more collaboration across the state. So you'll learn a little bit more about our collaboration with other parts of the state. And as we move farther into the AHEAD model and, more policy sort of starts to materialize and we have a clearer vision on what the next steps are, this is information we'll be able to share and talk about and engage with everyone in this room on.
Sounds good. All right, if we can all give a warm round of applause for Erin. Thank you, first speaker of the day.
Thank you. Yes, I wrote lots of books at Arthur Anderson. All right, so glad to be here today. I just celebrated my 7th year at the HSCRC. It was a big celebration. And I'm pinch hitting for our executive director, John Crom, today, who unfortunately had a scheduling conflict. So kind of to put my discussion in the framework, I think what Erin gave you was really the baseline of who the HSCRC is and how we work. And a little later on, Laura Goodman's going to be speaking, and she's going to be talking about our key initiatives for the next year. I'm going to kind of bridge those two things. Most of my discussion is going to be about the AHEAD model, which is one of the key enablers of the HSCRC and of the Maryland model. And that really kind of bridges who we are, where Aaron talked to, and our key initiatives for the year and going forward, that Laura's going to talk to. And obviously, as you all know, it's changed quite a lot this year because we have now officially transitioned from the total cost of care model to the AHEAD model, which started on January 1st. So this is the overall HSCRC vision. Aaron kind of went through that. We're going to move to the next slide. So I think in a way, this is like the most important slide we have because it really captures in one place the two driving forces of the HSCRC. On the right-hand side, we have the all-payer hospital rate setting system that is driven by Maryland statute. It's existed since 1970s. Jerry has been running it since the 1970s. And that's really the foundation of our rate setting authority. I'm not going to talk about that a lot today. That is not in of itself changing. The second key twin pillar of the HSCRC is the CMS Maryland agreement, was the all-payer model from 14 to 18, the cost of care model until 25, and now the AHEAD model. And that is really enabling authority from CMS that allows us to influence Medicare and Medicaid rates in a way that states would not normally be able to do. And my focus today is going to be mainly talking about how the AHEAD model, the most recent iteration of that, changes and what's coming down the pike, because there are some fairly significant changes involved in that. Just going to talk briefly to the one side. Sorry, go back one slide. To the left, to the, whatever that is, that side. So I was going to ask this question of Erin, but then I decided it wouldn't be fair to put her on the spot. The question people didn't ask during her session was, if I really want to find the latest policy on X, market shift, update factor, Medicare performance adjustment, how do I do that? And the answer, unfortunately, is you don't. So the answer to that question, it's something I've had on my back of my mind, so I'm kind of putting some pressure on my team to address this year. You have to know what month the commission approved the policy in order to find the policy itself. So it's easy in the update factor because it's always the June one. You can see Beth nodding here. Any other policy could be any month, and you really have to work your way through the commission commission meetings to figure out when did Alan last cook up something new with market shift that I need to be able to look at. So my advice there is, and I was a little bit putting some pressure on us, that next year we can say we now have a page where you can go to and find the latest version of every major policy. I think that would be very helpful. If you are really looking for them, we do have an open door policy, so please feel free to email one of us and somebody will know when we did that. All right, so now I'm going to talk mainly about the AHEAD agreement. So this is the model performance under the TCOC model. So the previous model, there was a set of key tests we had to meet each year. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those because they are the old tests, except to say that, I think what you can see with all of the check marks is we've been pretty successful, right? The couple of asterisks, so those are the only three where we've missed something. And I think in each of those cases, if you read the footnote, it would explain why we think there was actually a pretty darn good reason why we missed those. And then in fact, we would really want to put a check mark there. We just couldn't quite justify it. But generally, I think the model has been very successful from a Maryland CMS point of view in us delivering the targets that CMS asks us to meet. There is one more year under this, 2025 will get added. I think we will likely have one asterisk there, which is in the second line, the guardrail test. I think we might miss the guardrail this year. I don't think it matters that much because we've already agreed to the new agreement and there's various reasons why it's not a big deal. But we will fill this out this year. And I think we'll have almost all check marks. So I think, collectively as a state and as a hospital industry, we can pat ourselves on the back on that. We probably will round of applause for that. I'm not sure that whoever gave this speech in 2018 would have been confident in that. All right, so that's the previous model. We can go to the next slide. All right, so the AHEAD model is a model that builds on the success of the Maryland model, but it is no longer a Maryland-specific model, and that is what creates some of the newer challenges here. And that is that CMS really didn't want it to be a one-state model, so they really want a model that they can roll out in multiple states. There are other states signed up for AHEAD who are moving towards implementation. As Aaron said, we were the first. And the reason we're the first is we have the history. One of the key components of the AHEAD model is global budgets, which we were already doing. And frankly, we have an infrastructure through the HSCRC, through the industry that is much more robust than any other state is going to be able to handle this. The AHEAD model, I think, has, three broad pieces here. It has global budgets and quality metrics across as many payers as they can do. It set goals for primary care spending, which is new. And then it has some tools that create new opportunities for innovation to promote various priorities of CMS. We signed the agreement on November 12th. What was new here, and some of you may have experienced, is hospitals now do also have to sign an agreement with CMS. Every hospital in the state did sign that agreement. And so all the hospitals are officially on board at this point. And so we have this foundation in place for moving forward with our initiatives. We can go to the next slide. So the HEAD agreement goes until December 31st of 2035. That's that implementation period. We're already past the green bar, the pre-implementation period. And then there's a transition period at the end of up to 60 months. And actually, one thing that's weird about that is it's actually up to a hospital at that point. A hospital can choose how much of the 60-month transition period they want to choose, should that become an issue. Post-model options, these are pretty similar to before. We could make the model permanent, we could test a new model, or you could transition back to the national system. The one asterisk down at the bottom here, fairly important one, I said all the hospitals have at this point signed participation agreements. Those participation agreements include a clause where a hospital can choose to opt out between June 1st and September 30th of 2027. And I imagine that's something we will be working with hospitals on in the next 18 months. I think, at this point, the HSCRC and the state would hope that no hospital feels obliged to do that. And we'll certainly be working with hospitals to manage through that process. So that's your basic timelines. We can go to the next slide. So key state roles. We will continue to set all payer budgets for the first 2 years, 26 and 27. And after that, Medicare will set budgets for Medicare fee-for-service, not Medicare Advantage, just Medicare fee-for-service. But there is a 3-year transition window, years 3 to 5. So that is 28, 29, and 30, where the Medicare is willing to adjust their Medicare global budgets based on guidance they receive from the state. And the idea behind that was to avoid a cliff, because if we are setting global budgets in 26 and 27, Medicare implements their methodology in 28, there is a theoretical possibility of a cliff, and it's likely at least some hospitals would see that, where you might see a big jump or a big drop. And so to mitigate that risk, we are allowed to say to CMS, no, we think in 2028, you should add 1% to this hospital and take 1% away from that hospital, because we think that will create a smoother transition between the methodologies. We'll be working with the industry on exactly how we do that and what the parameters would be, but that was built in as a reassurance for hospitals that, if there's something in the CMS methodology that is less favorable to you, you won't, face sort of a cliff type effect. So we'll be working with hospitals to define that, and I think that was an important consideration in that transition. There is also an all-payer element to the new agreement. There was always an all-payer element. The key add here is it does ask the state to set an all-payer total cost of care growth. So that's new. Previously, we have had a Medicare total cost of care growth, and we've focused on all-payer hospital growth. This is an all-payer total cost of care growth. We are required to set a target for 2027. That process is just getting underway. There's actually a meeting on Monday that will be open to the public. You can find on our website where we're going to kick off work with an advisory group on how to set that target. The good news from us is that CMS's main focus there was that we have a target, less so than what it is. So they're not going to tell us what that target should be. We're going to tell them what we think it should be. I think as long as we propose something reasonable, they're not going to interfere with that. And then we monitor compliance with that target, although it is not a termination event. So CMS cannot end the model because we don't make the all payer total cost of care target. They do have another number of other remedies that they would have. So that's an important new component and one we'll be working on a lot over the next year. We will continue to implement the MD program. So that is the Maryland primary care program that provides extra fees to some primary care practices. That is right now, it is committed under the agreement through 2028. Beyond 2028, we need to discuss with CMS whether we can continue that program. I think I'm not out of line in saying that the bias, CMS's bias, is that we will not continue that program because partly because they are trying to standardize all their programs. As an alternative, they have primary care ahead, which is a similar idea, has some additional requirements regarding alignment with Medicaid, requires a Medicaid program, and does provide somewhat less funding than MD So the primary care funding under primary care ahead is less than it is under MD I think we still think there is a chance we can persuade CMS that MD is the right program and we should continue both in parallel. They will operate in parallel, but I think it's not unfair to say that we're starting in a little bit of a hole on that, and we'll be working through that. The fourth new key role here is we are now required to have 85% of global budgets, of hospital revenue under a population-based methodology, which in CMS language means a global budget. That was 95%. So that was one thing that the industry had been interested in increasing flexibility, and CMS did agree to that. So that is another of the projects. And when, as I said, Laura will be going through the project plan, that's one of the things that's on there, is thinking through as a state, what would we want to do differently? What would we want to take out of the global budgets if we take advantage of that 85%? Right now, the only thing that really qualifies under that is the oncology drugs, the CDSA, the high-cost drugs. But there's a number of ideas to expand our ability to take advantage of that. And really what that does is it says, look, we believe in global budgets, but there are certain pieces of the healthcare spend for which global budgets just don't make sense. Drugs have been the obvious one because nobody in this room controls those costs. And, they're obviously, they've become a key treatment path. And so the use of those drugs is also not really controllable. And so that's why it always made sense as a carve out. And we'll be looking at what other things might fit in that. One of the commitments I think the HSCRC is making is we really want to align what CMS carves out with what we carve out. May not be possible depending on where we go, but I think in our ideal world, whatever carve outs we settle on that we work with CMS on will also apply to the non-Medicare global budgets. And that's something we'll be looking at. And it's one of the higher priorities because we really want to understand what as a state we want to do so that we can then work with CMMI to persuade them to adopt the same approach. So I think those are sort of the four key changes that are most interesting to this room. I'm going to talk about some other things later in this presentation that are important, but we wanted to kind of summarize what we thought were some of the big kahunas in terms of things we're going to be working on. You can go to the next slide. So that earlier slide with all the check marks, this is the ahead equivalent of that slide. So these are the key targets under here. There is still a fee-for-service total cost of care target. We will talk more about that in a couple of slides. I've already mentioned the all-payer TCOC growth target. We have to establish that before 2027. There is a Medicare fee-for-service primary care investment target. So Medicare is saying in Medicare, we have to spend a certain percentage on primary care. That's defined through claims. They've set a target. We are with MD we are already well above that target. So right now, that's not one that worries us too much. Certainly, as we look at the changes to MD it's one we'll have to pay more attention to. We also have to set an all-payer primary care investment target, similar to the all-payer TCOC growth target. Again, their interest is primarily in that we set that, we monitor performance as much as what that value is. Our sister agency, the Maryland Healthcare Commission, is leading that work, and they have a primary care investment work group that is working on thinking through what that target should be. And then we'll align the measurement of that with the all payer. So we're measuring them both on the same basis, but those two targets will need to be set. There are also a whole set of statewide quality and population health targets. So similar, you guys may remember those CIHIS was the old program. This is a similar idea where there's certain population health goals. And one of our later presentations is going to speak more about that. And then lastly, the all-payer revenue limit. That's known as the 3.58 test to those who have been around. There's a rule that says that basically cumulative hospital charge growth cannot exceed 3.5% per annum. That test still exists, but it actually has very limited enforcement provisions. So we'll monitor that one, but it's probably not one that we're going to pay as much attention to. We're going to be more focused on that all-payer TCOC growth target that that sort of replaces that in terms of our overall all-payer test from a Medicare point of view. We go to the next slide. So this is the Medicare fee-for-service total cost of care test. This is the one we spend the most time on. So you can see it is now stated as a percentage. It used to be stated as dollars. It is now stated as a percentage. And those numbers are cumulative. So in PY2, our percent savings has to be 0.13 plus 0.21. So it's 0.34. If you add all those up by PY7, which I think is 2032, we have to be at 2.66%. And then that doesn't increment. We just have to stay at the 2.66% in the remaining 3 years of the agreement. So, you know, I think that is either a good or a bad number, depending on what perspective you want to look at it from. Just as a point of comparison, the original AHEAD agreement before it was renegotiated with the current administration, that 2.66 was 1.1, clearly a much lower number. That was good. I think, to be honest, we were always pretty surprised that the 1.1 was what we ended up with. So definitely higher than that. On the other hand, the actual savings under the current model is something like 4%. So it's not like we have to continue the savings at the same rate we've had historically. We do need to continue to find savings to get that 2.66. The other thing that's noted there is it's a 2023 base. So previously we were always measured against 2013. We're now measuring against 2023. That doesn't actually sort of change the level of challenge, just changes some of the math, and there can be some dynamics there. But it is probably convenient not to keep having to go back to 2013. One of the nice things in the agreement that is new is the Medicare global budgets. To the extent we oversave those targets and the 2.66% at the end, there is actually a provision in the global budgets mechanics which puts that money back in for hospitals. So if at the end of the year we sat at, let's say at the end of, doesn't matter as much for PY1 and PY2, but when CMS takes over, if at the end of PY3 we had achieved, you know, more than 0.64 in PY4, CMS will actually put that money back into hospital global budgets, which is, I think, nice in the extent that we can, to the extent we can achieve on an all spending basis, we can manage all spending in all forums. There's a chance for hospitals effectively to earn that upside back. So that is the target. There is a lot of devil in the detail stuff on the target. It works differently. The way the target is set is a little different. It's not based on the same reference points and data. So we are working through that with CMMI as we speak. We'll talk a little bit about this at the Total Cost of Care Work Group, which is next week. Next week is big. You're going to be hearing a lot from me next week because we have 3 meetings. We'll talk more about that, but probably in the February Total Cost of Care Work Group, I'm hoping to do a much more deep dive presentation on exactly how the new savings test is going to be calculated. We go to this next one. So I mentioned the statewide accountability and targets. There'll be more about that later. So we, like I said, there's a set of targets. Then in the green box, there's some mechanisms for success. Each hospital has to have a population health plan, and the state has to have a population health plan, and those are supposed to be coordinated, which, you know, which makes a lot of sense. There is also something called a population health trust, which allows the state to put aside funds from various sources to invest in things like that. And those activities funded by that will support those statewide quality plans and the state health improvement plans. As I said, I think one of our later presentations is going to talk about this in a little bit more detail. Go to the next slide. So AHEAD, you know, continues to support care transformation. The idea behind the Maryland model has never been that, hey, we'll achieve these savings by reducing hospital rates. The idea is that we will be able to maintain hospital finances and achieve the transformation that allows us to spend less money in total. So to that element, AHEAD continues the care redesign program. That's the program that enables care transformation initiatives and ECIP. That will continue through 26 and 27. And then it's going to transition. The concept still exists, but it's more at the hospital level and the state level. And so we'll be working with CMS about what that means. And as noted here, EQUIP similarly is enabled by that. And in the TCOC meeting, we're going to be talking about kind of where we see those programs going and some ideas we have on that front. We go to the next slide. I talked a little bit about primary care AHEAD already. This is a program, it's starting this year. I think we're in the 20 to 30 practice range about who's going to participate. It's similar to MDPCP Track 1. So that was the original MDPCP program that had relatively low barriers to entry, because one of the things about MDPCP is there's a lot of requirements there, and also the enrollment hasn't been open. So practices have not necessarily had the chance to get into MDPCP. Primary Care AHEAD, one of the good things about it is it does provide this alternative path. The statewide average is $21 per beneficiary per month under Primary Care AHEAD. I think MDPCP is like 35. So as I said, it is somewhat less rich. And it does require that practices participate in the Medicaid program. It continues MDPCP. There's some change in the MDPCP requirements. And again, that also ultimately requires the practices also participate in Medicaid. The Medicaid Advanced Primary Care Program was started in conjunction with these. It was one of the priorities, I think, of both CMS and the state, is that we take advantage of the provisions of programs like MDPCP and extend them to a Medicaid population, which I think is a population that, to which sophisticated primary care is really important. And so there are provisions that move MDPCP and primary care AHEAD practices to participating in Medicaid as well. Not my area of expertise, so I won't go further into that, but certainly if that's an area of interest, you can reach out to us so we can get you in touch with the right people. We go to the next thing. So this is one of the new areas that CMS added to AHEAD. It was not in the original AHEAD agreement that we did in January of 20, and when we did it anyway, in 24. It is in the new one. It's called Choice and Competition. It basically requires the state to adopt certain provisions related to choice and competition. So there's two categories. We have to do one from each. I'll walk through what they are to give you a sense. So on the choice, you've got implementing Medicaid site neutrality, improving access to new and additional modes of care delivery via telehealth. So a lot of that's the psych and some other things. Advancing prescription drug price transparency, participating in the use of non-compete clauses to increase provider mobility. Not surprising, you will find, I think these are concepts that have typically been pushed by a more Republican agenda, giving a Republican administration. What's a little bit weird about some of these things is actually Maryland has already met some of these, although we would not obviously typically be seen as a Republican state. And unfortunately, one of the requirements is that you don't get credit for things you already do. So we have to do something new in one of these categories. And so that's one of the things we'll be working on. We have this regulatory working group I'm going to talk about a little bit later. That's going to be on point for figuring those things out. Just going over to the competition one, modifying scope of practice restrictions, repealing certificate of need. These are summarized a little bit. There's some subtleties to every one of them. That is non-hospital repealing certificate of needs in non-hospital settings, although there are some hospital pieces to that as well. Revising network adequacy provisions. So that's the provisions in managed care contract that say you have to have 2 neurologists within 30 miles. Or extending contracting provisions, flexibilities by repealing any willing provider laws. That's a great one. We don't have any willing provider laws, so we don't need to repeal them. We had a discussion internally whether we should have the legislature pass some any willing provider laws so they could immediately repeal them, and then we would get points. But we didn't think that would score very well. So that's an example of one that we can take advantage of. So that's something that we'll be working in the regulatory working group, and Laura will be talking a little bit about that process as I will be. Go to the next one. So there's some other commitments here, and this is one that I think is probably got the most attention here. The top half of the slide, and I'll talk about the bottom side in a little bit. Because of the way AHEAD works, where Medicare global budgets are now split out from the Maryland all-payer global budget starting in 2028, and also because of the HR1, which changes a lot of the rules about how Medicaid limits are set for state spending. The state's ability to achieve the rules, there's upper payment limit rules about how much we can spend on Medicaid and state-directed payments. The achievement of meeting those regulations is more challenging than it was before. Used to be, right, we set Medicare rates, we set Medicaid rates, we knew Medicaid rates weren't higher than Medicare because they were all the same. We checked the box and moved on. Both the fact that CMS will now be doing Medicare and the fact that HR1 has somewhat changed the rules make this a little bit more complicated. CMI acknowledged this, and there is language in the contract that talks about how we think we will work through that. We've had conversations with them. It's a little bit tricky because Medicaid is still in the process. That is CMCS, the Medicaid administration, federal administration, is still working through the process of promulgating their regulations under HR1. I think we're optimistic we are going to be able to work through that and make it so that we effectively achieve the same thing we had before, which is where our Medicaid rates are the same as our Medicare rates, and we meet all the tests, but getting that path along that path is a little bit more complex. And so that's something we'll be focusing on. And we've been working with CMMI within the past week to do that. There is also, down on the bottom of this program, there's something called GEO Ahead. This is an ACO-like program. It's sort of a cross between ACOs and Medicare Advantage, where GEO Ahead plans will be assigned beneficiaries within the state. CMMI is still working on exactly how this will work. There's actually very little about it in the AHEAD agreement beyond its existence, and it's a couple of years out, but we'll be keeping people posted on that. We're just not sure how much significance that will have. We go to the next slide. So that's my recap of the major provisions of AHEAD. Obviously, it's a 100-page document. There's lots of small stuff in there. We tried to hit what we think are the most important things for this group in there, and we'll be talking about this in our work groups. Related to AHEAD and some other things going on, the governor established what is creatively known as the Regulatory Working Group. I keep insisting we have to call it the working group because I don't want to get it confused with our work groups. So it is the working group. This is a group. It is not a public stakeholder group. It is a group of state agencies, and they are working to implement some of the things under AHEAD, choice and competition I talked about, and some things that derive from AHEAD. There's been discussion of cost shifting and Medicare Advantage stabilization. Laura's going to talk about both those in more detail, so I'm not going to go into them. And then there's been a number of other priorities that are either AHEAD driven or related to AHEAD or just priorities, which include workforce and graduate medical education, post-acute care, and then meeting the total cost of care target. So that work group I talked about on the all-payer total cost of care targets is ultimately accountable to the regulatory working group. The state agencies that are included, you can see there on the right, and we have very active participation from all those agencies. Medicaid is not listed specifically because it's part of the Department of Health, but they are very heavily involved. And so that regulatory working group will be taking accountability for what we term as multi-agency priorities. They're really things that the HSCRC can't do in isolation and needs coordination from the rest of the government. And I think Aaron said, we think one of the things AHEAD has done is surfaced a bunch of things that are much broader than some of the things we've tackled before. We'll go to the next slide. I think that's my contact information, John's contact information. You can feel free to direct all your questions of things I've said wrong to him, and only send me the complimentary things. So I guess I'll questions. Yep. Questions? Looks like Brett down there. Brett's missed the chance to ask me questions, so he has to take this.
All right. So remember, we have to come to the mic for questions.
You knew I was going to ask you questions.
Yeah, well,
So a couple questions. One, on the Medicaid, because I think that as I look at this, that seems to be the most uncertain, given that the HSCRC, Medicare will set Medicare rates. The HSCRC in theory continues to set Medicaid and commercial rates. So if you look in your crystal ball, and that's got to be commensurate with Medicare, do you see like a global budget focus for Medicaid? Do you see like a total cost of care target for Medicaid? Or are we looking at like underlying rates about how the mechanics of that might work?
yeah, so I'm very much looking in the crystal ball. So
That's okay.
nothing I'm about to say can be quoted in the future back at me. You know, and I think we always had a very collaborative relationship, and part of that is I can pontificate up here and people won't hold it against me later. So I think what it was on the slide, and it's in the agreement, right, is that CMS is going to issue this, here's what we view Medicare rates, the effective Medicare rates derived from the global budgets are. And that is then going to be what we use to say, okay, are our Medicaid rates compliant with this? So I think as we see it working out, we will still set a all non-Medicare fee-for-service global budget. We'll then derive rates just like we do now, and we'll compare those rates to the Medicare rates. And as long as they're not higher, we don't have a problem. If they are higher, we'll have to figure out how do we get the Medicaid piece in compliance with them.
And so I guess follow up to that. So $64 question, if they are lower and you are setting those commensurate with commercial, like do you do some sort of blend, and does that factor into the cost shift policy?
I don't know that I'm certainly not going to commit to anything on that.
Okay. Second question is the on the Medicare, it is interesting that Medicare came sort of flat out and said, if you beat the target, we will give the savings back to you. Any consideration that the HSCRC would do the same for Medicaid and commercial rate setting? Not that we would have beaten the target and the savings would have stayed someplace.
Right. I mean, I think one of the things we're going to have to do right in the update factor process is figure out what our standards are, right? We've always had a Medicare fee-for-service test standard, right? That was kind of the hardest one. And then we've had a GSP standard. We've had the 3.58. I think one of the things we're going to have to do is figure out, so what's the right standards for the non-Medicare global budget going forward? And I think that will then become the primary test. Some of it will be derived from this all payer total cost of care target. But I think as a state, we're going to have to figure out, well, what are the right ways of evaluating that non-Medicare fee for service? And that will be the primary test, right? And then we'll see where we are in Medicare, but I don't know that we wouldn't automatically attach to that.
Yeah, I do think that would, I understand the Medicare side, because I do think that would add a level of stability to the system and probably buy-in as you look at, because one of the things is people can opt out. So
right,
just a thought.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question. I see that post-acute priorities were listed on your slide. And so when you're looking at potentially expanding networks, is that an area to potentially lean into coming from a hospital and trying to look at continuity care and post-acute discharges? That network from our managed care partners seems limited. And then kind of a follow-up to that is when you look at the CON, is there anything that would, kind of look at exploration of LTACs within Maryland?
So to take the first part, the post-acute, I think that's one of MHCC's, right? Yep, Laura's nodding. So I don't know what they're going to look at beyond. I think we haven't got beyond saying this is a priority area we need to think about. So what's on the table there is not really being discussed. Certainly could be. So that process will be run by MHCC.
Link those priorities to, one of the areas that we could work on is expanding the networks, requiring managed care to have, maybe a more robust network when it comes to post-acute.
Yeah, I don't want to say that's on the table or off the table. It just the table hasn't been defined there. I think one thing is again, MHCC will be on point, but it is under that regulatory working group. So MIA is at the table. So it means that things like that can be discussed.
And then anything on LTACs at all?
Yeah, I don't know that I could speak to LTACs. No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. From one Arthur Anderson alum to another.
Yes.
So you mentioned Medicare and all payer primary care investment targets. how's that going to be calculated? And is it a statewide calculation, or will individual hospitals get rewarded or penalized depending on those investments?
So the all payer total cost of care target will be a statewide target. We're pulling together data on Medicare, Medicaid, commercial, adding it all up, coming up with a statewide number. At this point, we focused on the statewide target. I don't think there are any short-term plans. There are no short-term plans to associate that down to a hospital level.
Okay.
Longer term, if we would do something, I think that's a longer term question, but there's not right now. Our focus is getting that target established.
Okay.
Because we have to meet.
No, I'm just thinking what it means to individual hospitals about investing in primary care. So if it's a state target,
yeah, right.
that's yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think one of the big questions there that we're not really talking about is what are the policy levers? Okay, you've got this all payer target, you've got this primary care target. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
And that's, I think right now the priority is to figure out how to set the targets in a way that we can tread.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay. While she's coming up, I have a question as well. Are there any steps in place or a plan in place that the HSC has to help the providers actually transition to the AHEAD model?
Think about that for a moment. I think, I think the first 2 years are just not that different than the current model, right? So that's partly what it is. I think there will be a lot of discussion around how the Medicare global budget is going to work. We have now got agreement CMS to start a set of stakeholder work groups for hospitals who are going to participate in Medicare global budgets about how those are going to work. So we'll be sharing information about that soon. So that will give the hospitals a chance to sit at the table with CMMI and say, how's your policy going to work? What's it going to mean to me? Have you thought about this? Those will be ongoing. Under the agreement, CMMI has to put out a draft of their final methodology by September 1st of this year. And then they'll take a formal public comment period. Again, that we've worked very hard to make sure that isn't the first public comment period, right? That will be formal public comment period. There will be this earlier input. And then the final global budgets, their final methodology is due by January 15th, something like that, of 2027, which means there's then a full year before it actually goes into place on January 1st of 28. So that's the other thing I think we've really put in place is to say we wanted to make sure we have a timeline that gives time people to digest the different mechanics, the different calculations. And I think hospitals should be able to, by that time, have a pretty good sense of how is my number going to look versus what it is right now.
Thank you.
For all the information. I appreciate the question and the response around alignment for the rates for the new program and the state or CMS in the state. Curious, since all things lead to rate, if there's any strategy right now along like the quality metrics and the alignment.
I'm going to defer. I think we have a quality presentation coming up.
Okay, we can hold.
No, we don't. All right. We always have a I've been coming 7 years and never not had a quality presentation. So yeah. Could people hear Allison? Should I repeat some of that?
Repeat it for the recording.
So I think and Allison can wave at me. You were definitely aware of the need to align those things, and we've already started some steps. There was a policy passed at the last commission meeting that changed the domain weights to align them more closely with Medicare. I think at the same time, we are leaving it open that we are responsible for non-Medicare global budgets, and those global budget, those have different drivers and different considerations. The Medicaid population has different considerations. So, we'll align where we think it makes sense, but we're leaving it open that there may be measures or elements that will be slightly different on the non-Medicare side. All right, Allison's giving me a thumbs up.
Are there any initial thoughts on the methodology that will be used to fill that incremental 10% for carve-outs?
So I would say the 3 categories that have been put on the table, there was some discussion about this last year. The 3 categories that sort of survive on the table as of right now, one is the drugs will continue to be definitely in there. CMS's list is pretty different than our list. I actually think our list is a lot more sophisticated. So we're going to work with them to try and see if we can come to a consensus list on that. The second area is some of the quaternary and tertiary care. I think that has been raised that it isn't sort of suitable for that global budget mechanic. As I noted, that's really our criteria. So I think we'll be looking at some level of quaternary and tertiary care a little bit beyond our current innovation policy. And then the third area that's been raised is there are some came out of market shift, right? That there's a set of surgeries that are just low volume but high dollars, which means they generate a lot of volatility in market shift, and it might make more sense just to carve those out. So those are the three categories. But that's sort of what we're putting on the table. I think a memo is coming out from our team later this month that will sort of tee the questions up. We'll be looking for feedback, and then I think we're going to have a volume work group in February that will dig into that. Those are the three categories we're starting with, not to say that's set in stone.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is an amazing opportunity for us to come together, really with regulators and stakeholders, really to start thinking about the future. And so I'm honored to be here. Again, my name's Tequila Terry, and yes, that is my real name. And I want to just say thank you, first of all, to HFMA for hosting this wonderful event and including us as part of it. So thank you to President Katie Eckert, who I know is somewhere. Katie, thank you for having us. I also want to thank the HSCRC team. They did amazing presentations and really have been very, yes, they have been more than just today, have been collaborative and really engaged in making sure that people across the healthcare spectrum are engaged in this process as we start to think about the future, and have been very collaborative with the hospital field. So thank you to that team. And then I think, just at the outset, I want to just say that that's one of the things that makes Maryland special. When we have all of this innovation in our state, one of the ways that we are successful as a state is we work together. And so, again, just really honored to be a part of this conversation today. So with that said, Patrick and I, if we go to the next slide, are going to talk about a few things. So just to give you a little bit of insight into MHA and who we are and who our members are. We'll also talk about some state trends that we are seeing that we believe are going to impact healthcare in the next decade as we plan for the AHEAD model implementation, and how that is influencing the work that we do and the priorities that the hospital field has. And then my colleague Patrick is going to talk about the AHEAD implementation. You've heard a lot about that already this morning. We're going to talk about it from the vantage point of the hospital field and how the hospital field is thinking about AHEAD and how the field is preparing. And that includes focusing on some of the headwinds that we're experiencing that together, collectively, we are going to need to address in order for the state to be successful in the AHEAD model. And then we'll end with just a recap of, since we are amidst the legislative session, some of the priorities that we are going to be focused on. So that's our plan for today. Does that sound like a good plan? All right, I see some head nods. So let's go ahead and get started. So for those of you who don't know, MHA, the Maryland Hospital Association, serves Maryland's hospitals and health systems really in an effort to bring a collective voice as we think about healthcare delivery in the state of Maryland. And so our role is to work with policymakers really to help them understand the perspective of hospitals with the goal of ultimately advancing healthcare and the health of all Marylanders. And so that's what drives the work that we do. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that all of the hospitals, except one hospital in the state, are part of MHA. And so we have the opportunity really to get a very diverse set of voices pulled together and share that feedback with regulators and policymakers as they're thinking about the future of healthcare in Maryland. And so we're honored to do that. Next slide. And so where I thought I'd start today is just giving you an overview of some of the trends that we are watching as we think about the future of Maryland. So to start off, we talk about this, I think, with you every year. We watch the demography in Maryland, and Maryland is continuing to age and be more complex. I think that's the way that I would characterize our population. So what you'll see here is that by 2030, which is not too far away, it's projected that almost 20% of Marylanders will be over 25, and so or over 65. And so that means that, you know, as we think about healthcare in the state, we have to think about that aging population that may need more complicated healthcare, that may mean different services that we have to prepare for in order to serve all Marylanders. And in conjunction with that, the population is continuing to be diverse, with over 50% now of the population being Black, Hispanic, or other races. Next slide. And Maryland continues to be a great place to live if you think about comparing us to other states from a health vantage point. On the far right here, we are number 8 in overall health. And so that means, you know, we're in good standing when it comes to things like primary care, and we've made great strides in smoking, obesity, low birth weight, homicide deaths. And again, this is in the context of comparing us to other states. And so that's something we should be proud of. You know, one of the areas, though, that we do still have to continue to work to improve on is in the area of mental health, and particularly for adults who are struggling with mental illness. So as we think about strategies for the future, I think that's going to be one of the places where we would lean in, is to make sure that we have a strong behavioral health infrastructure in the state. But again, in all other categories, when we're compared to other states, Maryland excels. Next slide. Now, one of the things we all know is that healthcare is very local. And when you look at Maryland and down at the sort of county level, what you will start to see is that there are some differences in outcomes. And so one of the factors that has the most influence on health outcomes is where you live. And so one of the things we always have to think about when we think about policy solutions is the fact that, you know, healthcare on the Eastern Shore may be very different than healthcare in Western Maryland. And so the outcomes are different across the state. And so that's going to be important as we think about this. Some of the lighter shaded areas are the ones that are struggling most with poor outcomes. So our policy solutions have to be adaptable enough to work across a very diverse state that we have. Next slide. And if you overlay sort of that health outcome information with information on the welfare of communities, you see, again, some of those differences start to emerge, where you have in the dark blue, the least advantaged places in our state. So not only do we have areas where the outcomes are poorer, we have places where, when you look at things like employment and income and housing and economic factors, we have places that are really struggling. And so again, the policy lens through which we think about healthcare has to be adaptable to all of these factors that are unique in our state. Next slide. Another key factor as we think about the state of the state is, again, not only is our population aging, but it's becoming more complex. This is not unusual. It's a trend that we are seeing across the country, but in particular in Maryland, what we are seeing is that more and more adults in Maryland have 3 or more chronic conditions. And so as we prepare for a delivery system in ahead, we have to keep these things in mind. The population is older, the population has more complex conditions, and again, it's different across the state what is needed. And so these are the factors that come into play as we plan for the next decade under the new model ahead. Next slide. And then one last factor that I will point to that we should be thinking about is the availability of resources. So it is not lost upon anyone in this room that hospitals can't operate if they don't have the right resources in their buildings. And so one of the things that we often look at is the vacancies. And in a number of places, we're seeing vacancies in resources. And that is a challenge that we will need to overcome in the future. And so these are the people who actually make hospitals work. And so as we think about policy, we have to have the lens of considering what the workforce of the future is going to look like, coupled with what do we need and what is available today. Next slide. And so with that, those are some of the things we are thinking about for the future. But if we take it down sort of one step lower and think about, what are the policy priorities that the hospital field is thinking about, it comes down to these three areas. The first is policies to support the financial health of hospitals and make sure that there is access to care. The second is addressing payer denials and making sure there's accountability for some of the financial issues that are coming up in the healthcare system. And then addressing the rising cost of essential physicians that we need to operate hospitals. And so I'll talk about each of these a little bit more. And if we go to the next slide, when we talk about the financial health of hospitals, that's an important consideration to think about when we're planning for the delivery system. And so one of the things we always watch is looking at indicators of hospital system viability in Maryland compared to systems outside of Maryland. And what we are seeing is that there are some indicators that are showing that hospital systems in Maryland aren't performing as well on some financial benchmarks. So when we look at things like operating margins or cash to debt, some of the systems here in Maryland remain financially vulnerable as they start to think about the ahead model. And so that is something that, again, we have to grapple with as a state when we're thinking about making sure that in the next decade, we have hospitals who are there to take care of people with acute care needs. And we know how important that is, right? Think about the things that hospitals do. They are the ones who respond when people have heart attacks, or there are car crashes, or people have strokes every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so thinking about the financial position is absolutely something that we have to consider moving forward. Next slide. And one of the factors, arguably, that is most impactful to that financial stability of hospitals is something that we've seen increasing over the last few years, and that's the rise of denials. And I think everyone in this room knows what a denial is, right? The idea that a service has been rendered and hospital is expecting payment, but that payment doesn't come through because it's been rejected from the insurance company. And so that creates strain. So although HSCRC has done their part and they've set the rates on the front end, hospitals have done their part, they've rendered the service. It comes down to getting that revenue in the door through the claims. And when that doesn't happen, that creates a strain on the hospital. And what we've seen is over the last several years, since the pandemic, frankly, denials have grown substantially since, and most recently, it's kind of a hockey stick since 2021, but it's been a trend that's going upwards since 2013. And we know that in some cases that might be attributable to more use of AI in systems to automatically review claims. So that's one thing that we have to look at. And the impact here is tremendous. Denials can certainly cause delays for patients. So if you think about a patient who has come into a hospital and they've gotten a service that they need, but then they get this huge bill because their service has been denied by their insurance coverage. That creates a mindset of hesitancy where someone doesn't want to go to a hospital again when they need the care because they're afraid of the financial impact. And over time, when that continues to happen, we have a situation where people are going to ultimately delay or forego the care that they need. And what that results in is, either people showing up sicker in hospitals or they are ultimately not going to go at all and forego it. And ultimately, that could have detrimental impacts. And from a state policy perspective, what that results in is an increased cost of care because they're not using the preventive services that are intended to keep them out of hospitals. And so this issue of denials is very related to all the things that we are thinking about for the future, the cost of care, the population health in our state. And so it's really something that's important. And so as we think about, the denial issue in our state, I give HSCRC a lot of credit because one of the things they have been doing is pulling people together to think about what data do we need to better quantify the issues that exist in this space so that we can work on solutions. But what we believe is really important is, having data to ensure that we know where the denials are coming from. We know which payers the denials are coming from. We know for what reasons the denials are coming. And really focus on refining data disclosures, ensuring that there is transparency around data or denials, and ultimately reducing the rates of denials that we see. So that's definitely an area of emphasis. Next slide. So this is some of the data that we have captured at MHA. And so this shows, again, what I referenced is that this sort of uptick since fiscal year 21, where denial dollars have increased tremendously, 75% increase from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 24. And we've started to break out some of the data based on what we have collected by payer, by patient setting, by denial reason. But one of the things that I really want to emphasize are these stats on the right, where, if you think about a patient coming to a hospital, and if we say, in the ED, each patient had one claim. Let's just keep it simple as an example. 1 in 10 patients is getting a denial in the emergency department. That's a tremendous number of denials that are coming through. And it's happening in inpatient, it's happening in outpatient, and it's happening in emergency department. And it's actually 1 in 7. Sorry about that. But you get the point that I'm making, is that the idea is that we're seeing this happen and it's going up tremendously. And it's really having a tremendous impact on payers, on patients, and on hospitals. Next slide. The other thing that continues to be an issue for hospitals, and something that we have to, as a state, grapple with in the future, is this issue of the rising cost of essential physician services. So I don't think anyone in this room can imagine a hospital running without key physicians, right? So we're talking about like emergency department physicians, or hospitalists, obstetricians, key physicians that you have to have on staff to be able to deliver the services that communities need. And yet, I think one of the things that we have identified, and actually to HSCRC's credit, they've identified, is that there is a gap between the reimbursement that hospitals are receiving and ultimately the cost that they are incurring to the tune of $890 million. And that's a partial estimate right now, right? I think, William, it's like 38 out of the 40 some hospitals, right? So that's a partial estimate. So it could be even much more than that. So the additional, challenge that hospitals are facing is that this isn't built into the rate setting system when it was contemplated decades ago. And so we have to figure out how to make sure that the funding that hospitals need for these essential services are part of it. And that might mean a few things. That might mean updating sort of the rate setting system language in the legislative, in statute. It might mean updating the reimbursement policies for payers. So there's a lot of things that we as a state could do to solve for this issue, but it is one that is critical. And the financial losses are really unavoidable because these are, physicians that hospitals have to operate. Next slide. And so I'm going to stop there. Those are just some highlights of some of the things that hospitals are focused on and some of the priorities that we will be really tailoring our efforts around. And now I'm going to turn it to Patrick to talk about the AHEAD implementation. And again, I want to just emphasize that it's going to take all of us working together to be a success under the AHEAD model. I think Erin said it in her presentation that, this is one of the most expansive efforts that Maryland has undertaken in decades. And so it will be important for us to work together, to collaborate, and hospitals stand ready to do that. But we want to talk about that a little bit more, and I'll let Patrick do that.
Well, thanks, Tequila, and good morning, everybody. So good to be with you all. So what does MHA think of the AHEAD model? That is quite a question. I think, the first thing is it is a real significant moment, a new chapter for the Maryland model. I think we had a legislative briefing on Wednesday, and one of our hospital leaders, I think, introduced his perspective on the AHEAD model by saying that hospitals are entering, his hospital system is entering the model feeling fragile. And so I think we've come out of COVID, we've had the post-COVID years, inflationary pressures, cost pressures, and so hospitals are coming into a very significant change to the Maryland model with AHEAD at a time when we've been confronting some challenges, and many of these challenges persist. So I think that's the context, that I think we're grappling with as we enter into this. I like to think I'm a half full kind of person. I grew up a Seattle Mariners fan when they were the only team in baseball that had never had a winning season. I've always liked underdogs. So I want to hope that my tone here will be that we're looking at the AHEAD model with a half full perspective. I would say that the first observation is maybe the word to choose would be opportunity. Maryland has benefited from enhanced resources from Medicare and Medicaid under our model. And this has been really important to enable important aims, care transformation, investment in primary care, a real robust focus on not just making sure that we have care that is improving the health and well-being of our patients inside our hospitals, but outside with population health investments. And so in many ways, I think, our state counterparts who were at the negotiating table worked their darndest to make sure that we preserve as much resources, federal resources, as possible. And so I think we need to recognize the challenge that they confronted and the hard work that they put in. And so we have preserved a lot of that enhanced funding so that we can continue the important work that we have in making these key care transformation efforts. And so I think that's the first thing that I would say, is that we have an opportunity to continue to build in all these areas that are important strategies. Building out primary care, enhanced primary care services, behavioral health integration, population health investments. But I think the second word, that comes to mind is one that's come up a lot, and that's challenges. And I think we can go to the next slide. I think the key thing, that I think has our attention is that there is a increased requirement on the state to generate total cost of care savings for Medicare. And the requirement to do that is double than what it was in the originally negotiated agreement. And so what that means is that we are confronting, when you consider the savings requirements that we have to generate, plus some reductions in corresponding payments from Medicaid and Medicare Advantage, a reduction in public payments to hospitals in the way that we're thinking about it, at an estimate of $870 million over the 7-year period under a progressive schedule. And this is a pretty substantial potential reduction in public payments from Medicare and Medicaid. And there are two ways that you can achieve savings. You can reduce your rates. You can also reduce utilization. I think there's been recognition recently in the recently approved recommendation of this AHEAD regulatory working group. They proposed a cost shifting policy that would enable hospitals to offset or shift approximately half of this reduction in revenue. And this is really a necessary action to manage this AHEAD transition so that we can ensure that Marylanders have access to hospital care due to the new model design. We hope that it will be sufficient, but we're going to have to pay close attention to ensure that our hospitals are sufficiently resourced. And particularly because as the model is matured, some of those opportunities to generate savings through reduced utilization, may be less. And so, I think that is really what has our attention. It's an important policy. It's one that we want to see implemented in a robust way. But resource constraints, is probably the first challenge, maybe the top of mind challenge that I think, we're considering as we look at the AHEAD model going forward. The next is really this disruption to our all-payer system, with Medicare assuming responsibility over CMS assuming responsibility over Medicare hospital global budgets beginning in 2028 and Medicare programming. I think this is going to be adding tremendous complexity as we proceed to 2028. And so I think that's the next, sort of challenge word that I would focus on is this complexity. And then the third is just the tremendous uncertainty regarding the financial and quality policies that will be used to determine hospital revenue under AHEAD. So we can go to the next slide. So I've mentioned, these are the categories of things that I think have our attention. Obviously, the statewide savings requirements and reduction in revenue, those first two categories. The third is what you've heard about, is this transition of our hospitals to the CMS quality programs. And the complexity that will bring new population health requirements. We have a statewide population health accountability plan, and then each hospital will have to adopt their own population health strategy to improve the population health of the individuals in their communities. And then, of course, the new requirements relating to choice and competition and the uncertainty that presents. We'll need to look very carefully at what types of initiatives we'll adopt in choice and competition to make sure that they work for our hospitals and communities. And the GEO AHEAD model, which is a new ACO model that will be launched under AHEAD. So if we go to this next slide, I know you're going to say, good Lord, Patrick, what do you have us looking at this slide? And I promise you, I will not lead you through an extensive discussion of everything that is on here. But want to give credit to our colleagues at Hopkins who sort of put this together initially. But what this really does depict is this complexity that we're navigating with this transition to Medicare assuming hospital global budget authority beginning in 2028. We have that 85% of revenue that's under hospital global budgets. On the left, we're going to have a set of methodologies that are AHEAD 3.0 methodologies that will be administered by CMS. A lot of these things you might recognize. They're very similar to ones that we have under our current model. Adjustments for demographic changes, a market shift adjustment. You look at some additional adjustments that are new. There's adjustments for service line changes. There's an adjustment for hospital that serve communities with high social adversity and needs. But then we have our own HSCRC methodologies that will apply to our non-Medicare revenue that will be administered by HSCRC, Medicaid and commercial. So we're going to have a process where we're going to have to work hard to make sure that we're reconciling these methodologies. I think there could easily be a talk on each one of these little boxes. And so I'm seeing some smiles, but this is a big undertaking. And I think that we're all going to have to work together to help each other learn the new methodologies that are under the CMS approach, and to have good conversations about where we need to align our measures, our methodologies. Next slide. So this is the general timeline that you've heard about. I think the next key item that has our attention, of course, is the change to the quality programs. So we can go to the next slide and maybe even skip to the next one after this. Next slide. You can go to the next one too. And so, obviously there are distinct quality programs for quality readmissions and hospital-acquired conditions. There are different domain weights. There are different measures. And I think what our hospitals are going to have to undertake is a pretty significant change to take on the new CMS quality programs. And so, I think one thing that that we've been focusing on recently is just, how should we be thinking about this? Obviously, we want to have some principles, that are workable, manageable timelines. To the extent practicable, we want to ensure that hospitals have the ability to adjust their quality infrastructure to optimize performance in the national quality programs. To the greatest extent possible, let's work to avoid complexity and administrative burden, higher costs associated to simultaneous participation in the new HSCRC quality programs that will be winding down, and the national quality programs. We need to really work for multi-payer alignment. We want to make sure that we have parallel track approaches to our quality programming for Medicare and for our non-Medicare enrollees. And then we want to make sure that we have good quality incentives that will really improve quality performance. And so this has been something that's been a focus of recent conversations. And I think, I think one thing that we want to make sure is that we're setting up our hospitals for success and being able to pursue quality strategies that are aligned for every patient that they serve. Go to the next slide. You'd heard about the population health accountability plan, measures and targets. Our hospitals are really committed to improving the population health of their communities. The state selected 6 important measures and targets. I think one thing that we're paying attention to is really there are 2 of these targets that are directly linked to interventions that hospitals can control. But then there are others that are more indirectly linked to hospitals, such as improving food insecurity in their communities. And so we just need to take care to implement an approach that's actionable for hospitals on this. And then I think maybe just to close out this, given these challenges, what would help? What would help our hospitals? I think the first thing is planning and technical assistance. We really do need a detailed work plan for policy development, key implementation milestones, and robust stakeholder engagement. And I know that the HSCRC is really working hard to build out a policy development schedule to implement all this new complexity. Maybe the second thing is that, I think there was reference potentially that there is an agreement with CMS to stand up some stakeholder work groups. I think I heard William, you shared that. A learning system to support hospitals in understanding all these ahead policies and requirements. I think all of us in this room would really benefit from having a meaningful learning series structure so that we can help each other get to a place where we can navigate this transition. Policy development, let's work as hard as we can to align our hospital global budget policies to the greatest extent possible to reduce complexity. Another policy development priority that would help would be to ensure adequate funding in 2026 to support appropriate 2028 Medicare hospital global budgets. So the Medicare hospital global budgets in 2028 are going to be based on a 2026 base. So we need to make sure that we are building in all of the important cost components into our hospital global budgets this year, that we're providing sufficient funding for uncompensated care and all of the inflationary cost pressures that our hospitals are confronting, because that doesn't just impact now, that impacts the future. And then I think the third thing is you've heard about this bridge period. William discussed this. This is where the HSCRC will retain some authority over hospital global budgets, a percentage of Medicare hospital global budget revenue in performance years 3, 4, and 5. It's important to work hard that we have a bridge period approach that will provide stability and predictability for hospitals. And then we need to establish reasonable all-payer total cost of care and primary care investment targets. Maybe two other things that I'd mention. I think it's going to be really important for us to establish good working relationships with with the CMMI leads on the AHEAD model, and to have regular touch points. And then just overall, just because we're all going to be undertaking such a difficult exercise of transitioning to a new reality, just reducing administrative burden by limiting resource-intensive procedures and reporting. And so wherever there's an opportunity to cut out administrative complexity and challenging reporting requirements, let's take it. So just to finish off with some of these headwinds that we're facing, I know that Tequila had already talked about 3 of these: demographic changes, denials, and physician workforce underfunding. Yep, next slide, thank you. And the next one after that. And that one. Let's just keep going. No more slides. Yeah, we are very slide heavy in this world, aren't we? Anyway, so respiratory surge, I think each year we're confronting really challenging respiratory surges, and we need to keep implementing solutions to address that so our hospitals are not overburdened. The HSCRC just recently approved additional respiratory surge funding, which is really important and appreciated by the hospital field. I think the next thing is post-acute resource gaps. We've already talked about that. Our hospitals really are confronting just challenges, too many delays in their ability to discharge patients to post-acute care. This extends lengths of stay. It really hinders our ability to have improvement with our ED throughput. And so I think we want to continue to lean in to see if we can find ways to increase the number of available skilled nursing facility beds and long-term care hospital beds. That's a really important priority that we want to see progress on. Federal policy changes obviously have our attention. All the changes due to HR 1 and reductions in funding for Medicaid disenrollments, I think that's all going to contribute to a potentially significant increase in uncompensated care. MDH estimates a 12% to 15% decline in enrollment, which could be about a $5.5 billion reduction in hospital Medicaid payments over the next decade. And we also know that that enrollments in Maryland Health Connection plans are going to decrease because of the discontinuation of enhanced premium tax credits. I think we're a couple slides behind everybody, but I think I think that this we can advance to maybe 3 slides, the one that says uncompensated care. I think that this is a place where we really would like to work hard on implementing a solution. Some preliminary analysis would estimate statewide uncompensated care rates could increase by as much as 245 million, or 30% in 2026. And with this sharp increase in uncompensated care, it could make it difficult to preserve access, and it could place additional financial strain on hospitals. And so what we would really like to see are changes to the UCC policy so that it's more responsive to contemporary conditions in its funding approach. And I know that we've communicated this to our counterparts at the HSCRC, and they're taking a look at this to see if there are ways that we can adjust the policy to make sure that we are resourcing uncompensated care in a more robust way, given the changing dynamics. And you can go to the next slide. Maybe I'll just finish off with our legislative priorities. Some of these will clearly make sense to you. We've seen some. Next slide, please. There you go. So we have had some difficult challenges with down coding for emergency department services, and so one of our legislative priorities is to work to address this so that ED claims so we are prohibiting down coding of ED claims based on the final diagnosis, and that we're strengthening a notice review and enforcement. I think we're also working to support our hospital workforce. There are some mandates for hospital-wide staffing committees, and we don't think that this is helpful, and we want to reject this one-size-fits-all approach. And so this is an important front of advocacy for us. We're working to add a hospital representative to the Maryland Healthcare Commission to ensure that acute care needs are considered, to provide balanced input and support practical implementation of policies under their purview. We're working for legislation that will preserve access to care for all Marylanders, Maryland communities, and efforts to support a successful transition to the AHEAD model. And then I think I think one thing that we're looking at is whether we can find a solution to a potential limitation to implementing a solution through our rate setting system to address physician costs. We want to remove that obstacle, so that's an option in the toolbox for our HSCRC to support our hospitals in that space. And then I think the last thing I'll mention is just we want to protect patient care from rising legal and insurance costs. We'll work to oppose efforts to weaken caps on non-economic damages and to support transparency and consumer protections for third-party litigation funding. So to quote our president CEO, Melanie Griffith, she often says, "I know that was a lot, but thank you for the time to give our perspective on the HEAD model." And I think we'll take some questions, right?
Thank you for both presentations, very informative. I did have a question that relates to a priority that you put up on post-acute, kind of back to my original questions, and your presentation on denials. When you look not only on denials, you also look at cost differences on lower level of care because we're unable to move a patient to a post-acute area because the network is inadequate for the complexity of that patient. And so on kind of the priorities that you're looking at for kind of post-acute, are you looking at, this being a partner with a managed care organization? And would there be a consideration not only to look at denials, but also downgrading a level of care? Yeah.
No, two great questions. And so on the first one related to post-acute, I think there's going to be some discussion on the regulatory working groups activities in this space. But as you heard from William's presentation, that's one of the priorities. And again, I don't know that there's a specific plan or indication of how the work group is going to approach post-acute, but I think there is a recognition that there's a gap there. And, when we look at issues like ED wait times or inpatient length of stay, a lot of the challenge is related to sort of not having a place to discharge patients to. And so in an effort to solve some of those upstream challenges, the idea is how do we develop, sort of a post-acute infrastructure that better enables, patients who are ready to be discharged, but not quite ready to go home, be released. And so we're looking forward to what the Maryland Healthcare Commission is going to be doing in this space. I think they are going to be bringing people together in the coming weeks to start looking at that. So we'll certainly be watching and engaged in that conversation. And then on what I interpret as a sort of a second question on the down coding piece, that's really tricky to try to sort of tease out the data on, down coding. And so I think, again, that's a place where we have been working really closely with the HSCRC through their data forum. I think Claudine Williams, I don't know if she's here today, but she has been a really tremendous resource to help work with hospitals on identifying what are the data points we need to collect in order to, again, quantify this issue of denials. And so that's a place where we will be bringing up the issue of downcoding to figure out if there's a way to sort of better quantify that issue on top of some of the other things that I mentioned.
Yeah, and I can see it being very complex. I think that if we could potentially look at the claims that looked at post-acute placement as the disposition, that might be an area to look at. So thank you for the consideration. And again, I would just say, coming from a quaternary facility, with the limitation of LTACs in the state, that really hinders patients moving through that continuity of care, and just would ask again, that might be something to explore. So thank you.
So I noticed our HSCRC colleague brought up this choice and competition slide. On the choice and competition slide, because the LTAC, SNF, post-acute care strategies that MHA is thinking about, bullet 2 references repealing certificate of need requirements for all non-hospital settings. Would that and could that inform post-acute strategies for our state?
It could. I don't know that we have enough detail at this point on the specifics of that option. And I'm going to sort of look over at HSCRC and see if there's anything. Alan's like, I don't know. So this is something that is sort of newly designed from CMS. So I don't know that the state has much detail yet. But I think that, again, this might be one of the places where the regulatory working group is going to start digging in. In the AHEAD state agreement, the most information that we have seen about what those options is the definition in that document. And so there's some very minimal criteria and definition that CMS has identified. But to your point, in theory, if there was this, change in the CON process, that could make a difference in a lot of different parts of the healthcare system. And so I think it's a matter of how is it implemented and whether or not the state chooses that as the option we will pursue. And so that'll be, the work that comes.
Great, thanks. Second question or request. There's a 15% all payer revenue carve out. The bullet that the MHA has under that is inpatient new technology. What I would ask is, medicine is evolving very quickly. What we do currently in the inpatient space in 2 to 3 years is going to be in the outpatient space. And we're seeing that in CAR T development right now. We're moving CAR T from the inpatient, which was only a dedicated inpatient resource and care delivery model, to an outpatient model. So I would ask for us to all consider not necessarily putting it as an inpatient new technology, but how does care and or therapies evolve, whether or not it's an inpatient or outpatient model? Thanks.
Thank you for that, Dr. Mercosi. And I think, again, that's a place where I would anticipate HSCRC will be convening people to, I'm getting the nods, so just jump in if I say something wrong. We'll be convening people to talk more about, what is going to be carved out. I think William alluded to that in his presentation. So there's some state decisions that have to be made about what gets carved out specifically. But I think what William referenced as a starting point were those 3 areas: quaternary care, low volume surgeries, and drugs. So I think more discussion to be had in that space.
Patrick, you brought this up about obviously Medicaid and what the challenges are going to be under HR1 and what we're going to see basically for uncompensated care. This is more of a comment than a question, but I didn't see it on any of the slides. Just remember, disproportionate share, there's some domino effects with that. And basically a lot of people are basically going to be one cost report away from losing their 340B pricing. And I just haven't seen that yet. So it's more of a comment than a question. So just something to keep in the back of your mind. Thank you both.
Thanks, Linker. I appreciate that comment.
Good morning, everyone. Thrilled to be here, and the Bronte and I are standing between you all and lunch, but we're really excited to be here to speak a little bit more, building on the previous presenters of the day, really kind of teeing up where we're headed in the next year in particular, but the next 10 years here in the state of Maryland. As noted, I am very new to the HSCRC. I spent 12 years with the Maryland Medicaid program, see some familiar faces here. but I did work a lot with the health system transformation signed on right before the all-payer model was started, and this has always been the most exciting area of work. And I'm just thrilled to be part of this team and have learned so much from our colleagues, and looking forward to learning more from you all here in the coming years. I think what's really exciting here, and we can go to the next slide. What Bronte and I are going to share with you are a couple topics that really kind of dig into what's been teed up so far today. A little bit about the HSCRC's policy work plan, as well as the multi-agency regulatory working group. My boss has left the room, who coined that, who emphasized the ing, but we will keep focusing on that in his absence. And then, kind of really setting the example for that multi-agency group. Bronte is here to, from the Maryland Department of Health, because we are partnering very closely in our work together across the various agencies and regulatory bodies here in the state. So we can go to the next slide. And the next. Okay, so there's 4 categories listed here. Over the course of last summer and last fall, again, as the state was working with the new federal administration to negotiate through a new iteration of the AHEAD model agreement, our commissioners, led by our chair, came up with these categories of work that's going to be transpiring soon. We did share the draft work plan out with the hospital field and other stakeholders, and really appreciate everyone who submitted comments. I'll walk through these a little bit and then kind of go a bit further into the details. But essentially what we're doing now with these 4 categories is reporting back out on them to our monthly commission meetings to really keep ourselves honest and transparent that we're keeping to the line and really working through the priorities together. So first of all on this list are the very spicy category called policy updates already planned. But before we entered into the new negotiation, our colleagues were deep into some very, very complex work partnering with you all. And we really wanted to make sure we weren't losing sight of that really intensive work and those work streams that were already kind of underway as we were looking forward towards the AHEAD model. The second category is really the kind of HSCRC global budget, really meat and potatoes, what makes us who we are at our core. A lot of work to be done to really transition the policies, the adjustments, all of the quality programs, how we're going to translate that from an all-payer approach under global budgets and other implementation streams into this new paradigm where we have our Medicare fee-for-service hospital global budgets carved out under AHEAD. Next are kind of AHEAD-related policy changes, which are just kind of bigger, more global work streams that aren't necessarily at the core of our rate-setting authority, but will position the state for success under AHEAD. And lastly, policy changes involving multiple agencies. That's really what's kind of that category was named before the establishment of the multi-agency regulatory working group, but that's kind of where that category has landed. Next slide. So I'm now going to completely ignore the 4 categories that I just discussed and talk about how they've transitioned into what we're looking at inside the HSCRC today. You'll see a lot of familiar categories and words on this and the next slide, which I'm very excited about because Patrick just showed many of them in his presentation. This is a good thing. We did not discuss our presentations, but we have the same conclusions, which means that, we're really headed in the same direction. And really kind of I think that was really great for me to see that we're all kind of had the same ideas and the same initiatives and understanding. So really the first stream here, as we pivot to our executive director, Dr. Crom says a lot, we are pivoting hard to implementation now that the agreements are signed. The first work stream is really developing in partnership with CMMI and you all, the hospital global budget for Medicare fee-for-service. That's the new one. Not to be confusing, I think our colleagues are phrasing it, and CMMI is phrasing it as HGB, Hospital Global Budget, and then we have GBR, the rest of it, our global budget revenue system. So just in case over the next few years, if you hear those acronyms dropped, apologies in advance. When we say HGB, we might be referring to that Medicare federally implemented system. I won't pretend to understand the complexities behind the categories listed here at the right, but I will just say that because, and this is just me speaking, in my view, and I think most of you would agree with me here, the Medicare fee-for-service global budget is really built on a Maryland chassis of what you all have developed and implemented over the past, really the past 15 years. So I think that Maryland, not only being the first ahead state, but also having this experience, we have the opportunity to help CMMI finalize their methodologies. As William mentioned earlier, they're working on it now. They're going to be putting out their kind of draft final spec later this year. We'll have a chance to have a public comment period, and then they'll release the final next year with another year before it's rolled out. But even in advance of that public comment period, we're meeting with them frequently. As we noted, they've agreed to have monthly, I believe, stakeholder meetings with the hospital field to really make sure this is something sustainable and implementable for Maryland, because they have a stake in seeing the success of the AHEAD model as well. So we're really excited about that. Next slide. And this is really where the rubber meets the road for the HSCRC. This is how our teams are, and to Aaron's point earlier, we do all work together, translating our policies and our programs under AHEAD. Because again, to the great questions that have been asked, we have to transition our all-payer global budget rate setting system into now that for everything but Medicare fee-for-service. There's a lot to be done there. So some of the categories are listed here on the right. Medicaid is on here just because of the different federal authorities that we are responsible for complying with on that side. We did call that one out specifically, but this is not an exhaustive list. These are category kind of titles here. There's a lot more detail behind it, and this is really where we're going to be spending a lot of our work over the next few years. The green box at the bottom represents the policy changes already underway, because I'm pleased to say that they're all done. So that was some of the great work that was started over the past couple of years and finalized. We just had, I think, the last votes on them in January at our commission meeting. So just a huge level of appreciation for everyone who led those policies and for the stakeholder input. They will now be absorbed right into our regular policies that we'll be revisiting over the course of the next couple of years as we transition into AHEAD. Next slide. Okay, and we can go to the next. So a little bit about the multi-agency regulatory working group. So in September of last fall, as we were negotiating the restated AHEAD agreement, but before it was signed, Governor Moore released a directive directing the Maryland Department of Health, the HSCRC, the Maryland Healthcare Commission, the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange, and the Maryland Insurance Administration, under the leadership of the Secretary of Health, to form a working group of the state agencies who have a stake in the success of the AHEAD model. Because again, as mentioned, we're building and growing across the continuum of care, across all settings. And it's really imperative that we're all working together in lockstep in a more coordinated fashion. We've always worked together in the past, but this really has pushed us together even closer and tighter. I will say from my own experience, regulatory working group sounds very formal. It is a coordinating body. And so some of the examples I'll give in just a minute here will help to demonstrate how we are working together. And it's not necessarily a really closed system, but more of a mechanism to help us keep organized, keep a work plan, which our work plan is linked to our AHEAD website. Thank you, Aaron, for the tour of the website. It's called Modernization on the left-hand side of the HSCRC's homepage. Follow that to AHEAD and you'll find our work plan for the multi-agency working group, or you can email me. My address is at the end of this presentation. So we are really we got together, we, collaborated in a list of policies, which I will, or kind of initiatives that need to be done across the state agencies that didn't fit squarely within HSCRC's purview, and developed a work plan for them. So we can go to the next slide. Okay, so there are a couple of these that are listed here, which are handled under separate authorities or groups. So they're in our work plan, but they're not necessarily, they don't really have an asterisk that says regulatory working group. Those would be the Maryland specific metrics for a head. You'll see we're here with the Office of Population Health from MDH. Bronte, who also works closely with our quality teams, as well as Aaron, to work on that statewide population health accountability plan, as well as the hospital plans that stream from that. Another one that is outside of regulatory working group is denials. There is an existing work group on that, as mentioned earlier. And the other one that is not under us right now is the ED Wait Times Commission. You'll hear a bit more from Tina Simmons later on the work about ED length of stay. But there is a separate body on that, so we didn't feel the need to recreate the wheel and duplicate efforts. I'll go quickly into the others. Graduate medical education and workforce. Just want to preface here, that is GME outside of hospitals and rates. It is meant to be more broad. We've retitled it workforce and GME on other slides, so I apologize if that comes misleading here. That work is really going to be led by MHCC, the Healthcare Commission, in consultation with the Office of Population Health, and starting up later this spring, as is great questions about post-acute. MHCC is slated to start working on that. I think we'll hopefully have some information on that over the next few weeks, if not months. So stay tuned on post-acute, because we also hear that being prioritized in the ED Wait Times Commission work as well. I will go into the others in a second, but the last one that I don't have a slide dedicated to is choice and competition. Again, we owe that selection by the end of this year for the one choice and the one competition policies. So we will be taking a look as a state and reaching out to the whole stakeholder community. Tequila, you did a great job of explaining it, because you couldn't see me nodding, but I said, that's right. We have the information you have so far, and we're looking forward to getting more. But there's going to be a lot of detail that we need to hear back on those expected policies from CMMI before we can really dive into that work. So we're eagerly awaiting that. Next slide. Okay, a couple examples of how we're putting the multi-agency work into practice. I think a lot of you are probably very familiar with this. I won't go into details in this presentation, but happy to take questions. But I'm going to highlight 3 of the work streams here. The first 2 we took together. So cost shifting and Medicare Advantage stabilization were both named in the governor's directive specifically as priority policies with a sense of urgency. So the HSCRC worked with all 4 of the agencies, but particularly with MHCC and MIA on these 2 policies. And we worked on them together. They're contained in one policy document, but with 2 different solutions. We put out a call for stakeholder input, receiving comment letters on suggestions as a first round of what the policies are, and I'll go into that in a second. This is just a little on process. We then held 2 listening sessions where we invited the commenters as well as other individuals who were interested in speaking to come talk to us. And the regulators were all sitting in the virtual room, taking copious notes. And then we translated those into a policy, which was released for public comment. Public comments received in early December. And then we finalized the recommendation after incorporating those. And the governor did approve our policy recommendations for both topics by the end of December. So I just wanted to kind of use that as a snapshot of, one, how quickly we've worked on this, and secondly, the level of stakeholder engagement that we did, and really appreciate everyone being really nimble and responding quickly on these very complex topics. So on cost shifts, it's been described earlier, so I won't go into too much detail. But in essence, we needed a policy to be responsive to the question of how to kind of share the savings responsibility under a head across the healthcare system. So we ended up identifying what essentially accounts to half of the expected public payer decrease over the first 8 years of the model. So that is going to be started, and we're going to be using the HSCRC global budgeting system to implement this on the commercial side. So we're shifting about half of that savings expectation from the hospital global budgets through the hospital global budgets onto the commercial plans starting in 2028. And that will cumulatively build $87 million a year over a 5-year period to the $435 million in savings expectation. And the next slide. Okay. And the other one was the Medicare Advantage stabilization request. Many of you probably know better than me that it's challenging for MA plans to be successful here in Maryland, partially it's been stated, due to our higher Medicare rates, translating into less favorable benchmark for Medicare Advantage rates, as well as the inability for plans to negotiate their rates with the hospitals. So our colleagues calculated what that impact is of that portion, and developed a program where similarly it will be providing rate relief to Medicare Advantage plans through our hospital rates to offset that phenomenon. It starts next year, calendar 27. In 27, it will impact Medicaid rates and commercial rates, and 28 going forward, just commercial. Not all plans are eligible unless they come into compliance with some criteria that we set out. One, more than half of their members need to reside in Maryland. And then we identified 8 counties that we targeted as the lowest income counties in Maryland, because that's really where we want to drive access. And we also put in a quality standard. One comment that we did receive over the course of the stakeholder engagement was, can you give us some time if we don't qualify yet? So we put in a waiver request period that they need to come into compliance by 2028 plan year. Next slide. Lastly, this is the new one, new-ish. So it's actually our first meeting is on Monday. Once again, ahead modernization website. Information is there, or feel free to email me directly. We are starting an advisory, smaller ad hoc, tight technical advisory to help identify the methodology to set the targets for the all-payer total cost of care growth. So again, this is the first time under AHEAD where we have an all-payer, all-setting total cost of care growth target. Previously, we have the all-payer hospital growth, and we have the Medicare total cost of care limit or guardrail, excuse me. This is the first time it's all payers. So we're launching that on Monday. We're going to have 3 meetings in concert. The Maryland Healthcare Commission is leading the work on primary care investment. We're working in lockstep with them, as well as the Insurance Administration and Medicaid on these efforts, because it really will impact across the system. So I think that's the last slide that I have. Next slide. Outstanding. So I will turn it over to Bronte. And thank you for letting me share a little bit of the work we've been up to.
Alrighty. So I'm going to take us through AHEAD population health, which you've heard a little bit about in some of the other presentations, but I'm just going to provide some more detail about the major pieces of this work. So if we can go to the next slide. Okay, so the cornerstone of this work is the Population Health Accountability Plan, which we call the PHAP. Plenty of acronyms throughout this whole presentation. So basically what we did here is that CMMI gave us a relatively narrow set of measures to choose from. And then we worked through the Maryland Commission on Health Equity, known as MG, to set biannual statewide targets for the measures that we selected together. If we can go to the next slide. So I'm going to quickly talk us through the process for selecting these measures and targets. So we created a data advisory committee known as the DAC as part of MG to do the technical work of looking at the available measures and then deciding on target trajectories that the group thought would be feasible. So we looked at measure definitions, the current baselines, and what trends have been. For many of the measures, we were using claims and looking at measures that the state has not looked at before. So there was a discovery process and a validation process. For example, for the follow-up care after mental health hospitalization measure, we needed to create a taxonomy of relevant follow-up care and make some determinations around whether or not primary care provider visits would count. We also, as a group with DAC, looked at the background information for each of the measure options. So colorectal cancer screening is one of the options, and we looked at incidence and mortality as part of the process for picking those measures. The DAC also discussed the data limitations. So just kind of sticking with my colorectal cancer screening example, that has a pretty large look back period. So we don't have full data for that. And we're also unable to track people as they change insurance providers. So we kind of discussed those data limitations and quality concerns at DAC, and we had extensive conversations with the subject matter experts, so the cancer team or the diabetes team at the department, regarding why they believe certain trends are occurring, what changes they think are feasible over the course of the AHEAD model, and also how severely they think the data issues impact our understanding. And then we also looked at how Maryland compares to other states and national targets on these measures. And then we looked at the differences between different subpopulations on each measure option. And then ultimately what we did is DAC voted for the measures that they found most appropriate and that they wanted to focus on. And we adjusted kind of based on feedback through this voting process, what measures we were selecting. So once we had narrowed in on what measures are going to be the focus for our PHAP, we looked at targets. So we examined different target trajectories, and we had discussions with this DAC group about what do we think we can move the needle on. And we are continuing to meet with this DAC group. There's a meeting next week. It's open to the public. And we are really figuring out now how is the reporting and monitoring going to look in that group. And we can go to the next slide. So you've already seen this little image here, but this is the list of our final measures and the upcoming targets for 2027 for the state. So you can see here that the rate of change that we're kind of expecting for these measures are different across different measures. So for self-reported health and food insecurity, I'll point those out in particular because we're using survey data. And for those, we're really trying to just not get worse on them, because we do have confidence interval issues, and we're also kind of looking at what are the past trends in Maryland over the last few years. Our other measures here are really coming out of insurance claims data. We can go to the next slide. So we've had really robust hospital participation on both MG and DAC, and that is continuing as we're now kind of moving into this phase of discussing monitoring and reporting. Next slide. Okay. So I'm going to turn into the fun part for me, which is implementation. So now we have these statewide measures and targets that we need to make progress on over the next couple of years. And we've also done an extensive literature review so that we understand what is the evidence-based ways to make progress on these. But now we have to actually figure out how are we going to do it. So in order to get from targets to concrete plans, we are asking each local jurisdiction kind of coordinated by the local health departments in coalition with their community members and stakeholders to create a plan for each measure and kind of get everyone on the same page of what is going to happen in each jurisdiction to move Maryland towards our targets. Next slide. So we've also nicely kind of discussed the hospital PHAPs before, but these are required under the state agreement for the hospitals to create plans that correspond with the statewide PHAP. So we are waiting on a template and more details from CMS on this, but our plan is that at the same time we're having these jurisdiction level plans, we will also have hospital plans that will be hopefully nicely coordinated with each other, and will kind of show what different people in like kind of the public health and healthcare ecosystems role in making all this happen is. So it'll basically outline what are the actions that a hospital is doing and what are other key organizations in a jurisdiction or in a community doing. If we can skip ahead to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to shift gears slightly, and I'm going to talk about a new source of funding focused on population health that AHEAD has created. So this is the Population Health Improvement Fund. You may have also heard it referred to as the Trust. This was required in our state agreement, and we passed the legislation last year in 2025 to create this fund. So the fund currently has $25 million, and that was out of a one-time statewide adjustment by HSCRC. And that adjustment was structured outside of existing rates. And what we're planning to do with these funds to start out with is to focus on food as medicine, which ties in nicely to several of those kind of PHAP measures that we are hoping to make progress on. So next slide. You may be wondering why food as medicine, why have we picked that as kind of the focus for this population health work? So this slide outlines what food as medicine is. This little pyramid here kind of nicely outlines from the population level all the way up to a more clinical intervention, what food as medicine exactly is. And food as medicine is already being implemented under Medicaid waivers and in lieu of services in many states. And what we've seen is that they have had significant cost savings from this work, as well as health outcomes benefits on several of the measures that we are focused on with PHAP. So there's already a lot of work in the food space happening in Maryland, and we think that this is a good match for the state to invest in with the fund, particularly given kind of the sustainability options that other states have already undertaken in food as medicine. Next slide. So there are basically two parts to our plan for food as medicine for 2026. So one is more clinical and treatment focused. That's medically tailored meals. And the other piece is a little more preventative. That's these place-based produce prescriptions. So for medically tailored meals, we're doing essentially a short demonstration project with a really robust evaluation arm. And we're trying to demonstrate kind of medically tailored meals are already happening in Maryland, but here's a very robust evaluation that shows how this works here. And we're expecting to see cost savings as well as positive changes in utilization and also improvements in health outcomes for high acuity patients. And then for the place-based produce prescriptions, this is a little more of a public health intervention. So we are partnering with the enough anti-child poverty areas, and we are really thinking there about how can we prevent chronic disease in kind of these key geographic areas. Next slide. I'm really taking you on just kind of a quick tour through all our population health work, but I'm going to go over a couple of slides now about our planned reporting and monitoring system. This is what we're currently developing and getting stakeholder feedback on, including in DAC, which I mentioned again, we have a meeting next week, open to the public. So in terms of reporting, what we're planning is an open public dashboard, which will just basically provide transparency about how Maryland is doing on these statewide measures. And then we're also planning a reporting suite with CRSP that will be limited to certain users and will be geared more towards people who are directly involved in implementing AHEAD and making progress on these statewide measures. Next slide. So this is a bit more detail about the public dashboard. So we are showing a pilot version of this at the meeting next week. That dashboard is going to be on the MDH website, and it's going to cover kind of a wide range of indicators, not just the AHEAD ones. But the goal of this is really to make the information very accessible and available to the public, so there's open transparency. And the dashboard is also going to include breakdowns by subpopulations. So if you want to see how a specific geography or another specific subpopulation is doing, that's going to be on that open dashboard. Next slide. So this is a little more information on the CRSP reporting suite. We're still kind of in the stakeholder feedback process on this one. So we're more figuring out how these puzzle pieces are going together. But we're thinking about two views. So one is going to be with PHI and the other one is going to be without. So for the non-PHI view, it's going to be a way to just give users a way to get a bit closer to what are the trends. So for example, if a county health officer wants to know how a specific payer population is doing on a certain measure inside of their county, or how is a population doing on a supporting measure for AHEAD, that is the kind of information that'll be accessible in this reporting suite. And then for the PHI view, That's going to have an attribution model. So the patients will be attributed to a certain provider and institution, and that is more to facilitate individual level intervention. So if a patient has poorly managed diabetes, diabetes management is one of our statewide measures, that should be clear for the providers via this reporting suite. Next slide. These are just our contacts, and we are both very happy to talk to you if you want more information about any of these topics. Thank you.
I don't think I've ever directly had to answer a Brett question before. Here we go. Or maybe it's for Bronte.
No, it's for you.
Oh.
Two questions. One, on the all payer cost targets that you talked about working on the work group and setting, do you envision that as like a percentage, some sort of percentage growth, or do we think we'll actually get real data from CMS on overall health rates? I know they have the different growth rates and they're often lagged, but I think that's probably a better way to say, are we truly beating the nation on an all payer per capita growth rate? But that data is typically old. Is that something you're in conversations with CMS to get better data on that?
Great question. And William had to leave, so I'll do my best here. Is to my knowledge, not yet. In terms of the latter, I do know, and again, we're having a meeting on Monday where we're just going to start teeing this up. One of the things we're looking for input from the group on, and from the public as well, is what is the best way to measure that growth. Other states have used household income, GSP, and I think the third one we're looking at is wage growth. So those are the kind of, I think going back to the first part of your thought there of a percent growth. And again, out of my depth a little bit here. So I don't know if that gets at your question at all, but happy to take it back.
It does. Second question is on the cost shift recommendation. It's interesting that they talk about the 28, in fiscal year 2028, when I think the bigger, more immediate cost shift will be the impact of HR1 on Medicaid and disenrollment that takes effect January 1st, 2027. So I'm curious as to, the group's thoughts and outcomes and discussion on that to not address that potential cost shift, which I think is immediate and likely real.
That's a really good point, a really good crystal ball question or comment. I think, my take on it is we're still working through projections on what the disenrollments might be. We have ideas, and I think you'll hear a bit more about that later from my close colleague, Alyssa Brown, at the final presentation of the day. So don't leave. But measuring uncompensated care is challenging. Appreciate the MHA's work on coming up with a potential kind of number to work with. But I think with this, we wanted to start with a number that we know, and we know, what our, kind of savings responsibility will be on the public payer, and how that extrapolates to public payers right now in order to be a bit more predictable in, what we can be telling, in particular, the commercial plans to incorporate into their rates over the coming years. That's a really good point.
I just said to Erin, I don't have her personality, unfortunately, for all of us. So we're going to fight through this post-lunch presentation together. Thank you all for the opportunity. I was asked to present on ED best practices, but I really also want to give you just a little bit of a broad perspective as far as what the ED Wait Time Reduction Commission is working on, and some of the other group as well. And then we're really going to focus on the best practice. So just to start, what are we trying to solve? Extended ED length of stay in Maryland hospitals is not a new issue. And so these are older graphs, but just to give you some perspective, This is something that we used to track and report to CMS, many years ago. So we started in 2012 tracking this. And if you can see, as far back as 2012, Maryland had significantly higher times for the metrics that were tracked then, which were decision to admit for admitted patients and arrival to discharge for discharge patients. So this is kind of a persistent issue that we have been dealing with that is really exacerbated, I think, in the past several years as well. So we can go to the next slide. This is a snapshot, and one correction, this is not low to high, it's high to low on the graph. But these are the Maryland hospitals that are reporting for this metric, which is ED length of stay for admitted patients by hospital. The hospitals on the right are all hospitals that have demonstrated improvement from calendar year 2024 to calendar year 2025 through November in their length of stay. So what this shows you is 22 of the 41 hospitals reporting this measure have demonstrated measurable improvements in calendar year 2024, so to 2025. And so you see very minimal movement in the statewide number, but overall, over half of our hospitals have improved their times. Okay, go to the next slide. So it's kind of what I just said. Just a call out, Adventist, White Oak, and St. Agnes did have the largest improvements calendar year 2025 through November at almost 29% and 20% respectively. Again, this is preliminary numbers, but just wanted to call that out. I think that's very significant improvement. And the academic medical centers, UMMC and Johns Hopkins, also showed some improvements at 5% and 6% respectively. So again, while the ED length of stay remains challenging overall, hospital investments and operational efficiency are really beginning to show impact. And we're going to talk a little bit about that with the best practices. You can go to the next slide. So the ED Wait Time Reduction Commission. This is a legislatively mandated commission that went into, the bill was passed in July 2024. And it was really established to do just what make recommendations for how we can decrease ED wait times, ED length of stay. The overarching asks of that commission were, how do we improve access? How do we implement hospital payment programs that really improve clinical quality, increase transparency, reduce avoidable utilization, and bring all of that together so that we're increasing throughput and overall impacting the continuum of care. So you can go to the next slide. So this commission established 4 subgroups that have been meeting for the past 15-ish months. And so the first was access to non-hospital care. We've talked a lot today. I think every panel has talked about post-acute in some capacity. This group it is and will be heavily focused on post-acute access, capacity and function, and also palliative care and hospice care. Really, the main action items for this group are to develop a proposal with formal recommendations to regulatory agencies and the legislature for how do we really address the care transition to post-acute opportunities. And then we'll also be looking at expansion of palliative care and hospice care, training, resources, and monitoring. Just wanted to flag that this group did talk about, we've talked about primary care access a lot as well. And so while we prioritized post-acute, and the reason for that is because the Maryland Department of Health has a number of groups and a number of initiatives in place that they're really heavily focused, and they are working on primary care access. So it certainly is still on the radar. But we thought that the efforts and the focus of this group will be better focused on post-acute rather than replicating some of the work for primary care that's already being done. I'm going to skip to the hospital capacity operations and staffing group because that group actually moving forward starting in February is going to merge temporarily with the access to non-hospital care group to really drive some capacity opportunities and shift focus to the post-acute opportunities that we have. So more to come on that. The data subgroup really just focuses heavily on pulling all of the disparate data sources that we have across the state so that we can really understand what our capacity constraints are, what our opportunities are, again, across the continuum of care. ED hospital best practices, I'm going to talk a lot about, so I won't read through that one, but it really was focused on developing best practices for operational efficiencies in the hospital, targeting things that hospitals can control. So you can go to the next slide. Okay. So best practices policy overview. The best practice policy was developed through a collaborative stakeholder work group. I really want to give kudos to our hospital partners. We have had tremendous engagement, and the success of this work it's really due to all of the effort and the work that they have done. It's been incredibly collaborative, incredibly educational, and we look forward to continuing that work into the next year. So in contrast to the ED Wait Time Reduction Commission, other priorities that are more focused on systematic issues outside of the hospital's control, like the post-acute care transitions and others, the best practice policy is focused on operational opportunities within the hospital's control. This policy was approved in March of 2025 as a monitoring policy. And what that means is it's not a pay per performance program as it stands right now. It's more of what we call pay for reporting. So there's a penalty for not reporting, but as long as you report, then you get credit for participation in the program. So the continuation of this policy for calendar year 2026 was approved in December of 2025. The current best practice policy is focused on ED hospital throughput, but this policy could be expanded to include other areas of opportunity as appropriate as we move into future years. Okay. So again, there was a tremendous effort from the key stakeholders. And what we did is we developed a group. We started from a list of about 45 best practices based on literature, based on hospital recommendations, things that certain facilities had already implemented or had intentions to implement. And we narrowed that down to 6 hospital best practices that we really felt like would improve hospital throughput and have an impact on ED length of stay. We developed tiers. I'm not going to really get into that too much because that's more for pay for performance, but the tiers really reflect where the hospitals are in that process. So if it's something that is just being implemented, they would most likely be in like a tier 1. Tier 3 is something where they're really enhancing practices and interventions that they already have in place and developed. So again, hospitals were required to select 2 of the 6 to implement and report data. There was a 0.1% penalty on all payer inpatient revenue to be assessed for non-reporting. And so we are in the process of evaluating calendar year 2025. We just received the reports were due December 31st, 2025 for that year. So our intention is to really look across 2025, 2026, and continue to make future recommendations. So you can go to the next slide. And so again, as we develop this policy and ask for approval for calendar year 2026, we opted to continue monitoring because we really felt like that would ensure adequate time for us to analyze the data and understand the impact of each of these best practices. Because at the end of the day, what we really want to do is see operational efficiency improvements, and we want to see that reflected in the ED length of stay decreases across the state. And so continued monitoring with reporting rather than a transition to pay-per performance provide us all time to consider how this program can be integrated into and aligned with the AHEAD model transition. We also felt like with the AHEAD transition in progress, we wanted hospitals to continue to hardwire existing processes to ensure consistency and improvement rather than shifting to picking additional best practices. Preliminary results indicate that implementation of these best practices have yielded improvements in hospital throughput. So very encouraging. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to stop here, and I think one thing you will notice is as you look at these best practices, these are the 6. These 6 best practices are very targeted to hospital throughput, more kind of on the inpatient and care transition side rather than ED. And this is intentional. There was a lot of thought put into these practices. A lot of the data analytics that we are doing now really show that the greatest impact on ED length of stay actually comes from your inpatient length of stay, from your throughput, from barriers and bottlenecks on the discharge end of the process. So ED length of stay is not an ED focused issue. And I think that's something that I would ask all of you to take with you as kind of a key point of this, is that the ED length of stay is a symptom, but it's not the cause. It's not the cause of the delay. So so interdisciplinary rounds and discharge planning, standard daily shift huddles, bed capacity alerts, clinical pathways and observation management. We had an expedited care bucket, and then patient flow throughput council. If you look at these, you may say these are a number of things that, again, hospitals have been doing in certain capacities, had intentions to do. And the benefit of formalizing this process and doing this is that everybody is kind of doing it the same way, even though there is flexibility in metrics to report. And it's very, there's a level of accountability. There's formalized monitoring and reporting, and a lot of sharing of best practices that happens within this group that I think really can facilitate improvement. So you can go to the slide. I am not going to read all of these to you. I put these in here primarily just for information, so that if you have an interest or you want to understand the details of the best practices, you certainly can read through these. But we are going to kind of roll through these pretty. So you can go to the next slide. Again, the details for the standard huddles and the bed capacity alerts. Expedited care bucket. I will pause for just a second, just so you understand what that bucket is. This is things like having a nurse expediter, having a discharge lounge, an observation unit, a provider screening and triage, or an early provider screening process, dedicated case management or social worker resources in the ED. So when we say expedited care bucket, that's the type of initiative that we're talking about. So you can go to the next slide. And those are just the definitions. Again, the clinical pathways, hospitals were able to select their clinical pathway. Oh, and I guess I should have fixed the D, so it's still in red there. hospitals were able to select the clinical pathways that they wanted to implement that was best for their specific patient population. So you can go to the next slide and the next. Patient flow throughput council. Again, I'm not going to read through this, but this really is referencing a multidisciplinary council of leaders that meet every month at least, or more frequently, to evaluate patient flow, mitigate, eliminate barriers, and track progress of patients as needed. And there are specific components that require data sharing, KPIs, and just kind of linkage to performance improvement initiatives. So you can go to the next slide. And so, as I shared, all hospitals submitted their best practice report on their two selected best practices by 12/31/2025. So that means no one was assessed a penalty. And all data will be analyzed by the best practice subgroup as well as other stakeholders. So our next steps and future recommendations will be determined, in collaboration with these stakeholders based on the data. And so I don't have hard numbers. We're just a few weeks out from actually receiving all of the reports and the metrics. But there are some things that I would really like to highlight just as we've scanned through some of the reports that we've received. We were scanned through all of them, but there are some things that really jumped out as far as successes and barriers that I'd like to highlight for you all. And the reason I think it's so important is because these are the initiatives that your teams at the hospitals are coming to you and saying, we want to make this investment. We think that this is important because, and so this impacts it impacts so many different things for your throughput, for your inpatient length of stay. The ED length of stay is part of the quality-based reimbursement program. So that overall number is incentivized in that program, and it is part of the pay for performance program as well. So you can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is just the data submission, just to give you a breakdown so you can have an idea of which best practices hospitals selected. I think there was kind of a nice spread. The clinical pathway and observation management was the least selected, but I think that the hospitals that implemented those had some really good preliminary successes as well. You can go to the next. So the interdisciplinary rounds and early discharge planning, the hospitals, this is going to be your qualitative reporting, but things that they reported that they saw were improved social determinant of health screening performance, improved discharge planning and throughput outcomes, integration of the social determinant of health screening into the EMR during admission that really helped support some of their care coordination efforts. Early and standardized screening with automated referrals that linked referrals to case management, helping that process, interdisciplinary engagement and leadership support, and then earlier initiation of discharge to a post-acute rehab due to early recognition and actions. Key barriers or patients' inability to respond to some of the questions, using processes and systems outside of the EMR. So I think kind of like workarounds from teams is an opportunity. And then to highlight again, in all of the other conversations we've had, lack of access to post-hospitalization resources, extending length of so this is, and they called out, skilled nursing facility beds, again, as an opportunity. Bed capacity alert system. So again, some of the successes that hospitals highlighted are ED throughput and boarding time improvements. We had one hospital report a pilot that they implemented using hallway beds on the inpatient unit to facilitate throughput, and they saw an average a reduction in boarding time of 205 minutes. Implementation of an electronic handoff process to improve communication, transparency, trust, and teamwork. And then multidisciplinary rounds on boarders led to discharges from the ED, avoiding unnecessary bed transfers and earlier interventions. Again, triggered by the bed alert, the capacity alert. They linked that to the multidisciplinary round process. Staffing and resource constraints, so key barriers, staffing and resource constraints during surge responses and increased staff burnout, physical space limitations for overflow areas, interdepartmental coordination was challenging at times, lagging our post-acute skilled nursing facility acceptance of patients, and then system level and population challenges, cultural shifts, capacity management, and just general kind of patient-driven factors as the barriers noted there. So you can go to the next. Standardized daily shift huddles. The successes: increased data transparency and situational awareness, ED boarding, length of stay, and discharge barriers being addressed, stronger multidisciplinary collaboration across departments, improved patient flow, throughput, and discharge efficiency, standardized sustainable huddle processes, and targeted management of complex patients. Key barriers flagged: transportation limitations, patient complexity and social determinants of health, participation variability. Numerous hospitals kind of flagged like weekend challenges with the huddles, and then early implementation challenges, as you would see most likely with any project. So expedited care interventions, success stories: measurable time savings through earlier discharge, improved patient throughput. This was really reported for all of the hospitals. This was very consistent across all of the hospitals that implemented an expedited care intervention. So reduced discharge order to departure times, earlier bed availability, reduced ED boarding, reduced left without being seen. Those are two key metrics that I think we're really going to talk about too, and try to enhance and increase reporting and tracking of those measures. They seem to be an indicator, again, across all of the hospitals of early success with some of these improvements. So improved discharge performance for patients awaiting ambulance transfers, leadership support, and clear expectations, driving improved processes. So the key barriers, again, staffing, for the discharge lounges, integration, relying on volunteers, transport staff, et cetera. Productivity concerns, and limited staff acceptance, limited patient eligibility criteria. So every patient obviously is not going to be appropriate for one of these expedited care interventions. And then again, the early implementation challenges. Can go to the next slide. Success stories: multidisciplinary collaboration and leadership engagement, improvements again in throughput, length of stay, and key ED performance metrics such as left without being seen, improved use of tools, dashboards that provide data transparency, visibility, and data-driven decision-making, improved frontline staff understanding of the why, which I personally think is very important, faster leadership decision-making related to resource needs, standardization of processes and communication. Key barriers: infrastructure and space limitations, technology and EMR update constraints, and then external constraints, the EMS batching patterns, contracted specialty services, again, limited skilled nursing facility transportation hours, and some of the observation targets. So you can go to the next. So again, we had 4 facilities implement clinical pathways and observation management. But again, all of those facilities reported high provider adoption, improved care coordination and continuity. We did have 1 facility implement a successful heart failure nurse navigator program. And then we had another that had the creation of a dedicated medical cardiac observation unit that created a framework supporting future improvements. Key barriers: adoption and learning curve challenges, staffing constraints, and then discharge barriers, including social needs, placement issues as a consistent theme, and delayed diagnostics. So this takes us again to our next steps is really to drill into the data, do some of the quantitative analysis of the calendar year 2025 reports. We will be sharing a summary in the next several months, and then really diving into the opportunities for best practice sharing across hospitals and potentially some standardized metrics that we may even want to integrate into the ED length of stay dashboard that we're developing now. But a huge win, again, I would like to call out, I think, we saw 22 hospitals that did have a decrease in their ED length of stay, and significant left without being seen and ED boarding time reductions. And so this is also reported. I had, the opportunity to attend a legislative briefing earlier this week with some colleagues from HSCRC, and MHA was there with their panel. And we did have they had a physician on their panel who is on our ED wait time reduction commission and actually participates on all 4 subgroups. He is super, super dedicated. And he shared some of the information for his hospital system and reported that across his hospital system had almost 30% left without being seen reduction. So these are significant improvements, and they impact outcomes, they impact patient experience, and patient care, as well as some of the operational efficiency metrics. So you can go to the next slide. Any questions?
All right, so I have a question. So with all of the best practices that you've listed, how are they aligning with the AHEAD model, if that's something you can answer?
Oh, sorry. So I think they align in a number of ways, driving some of the quality programs and efficiency metrics that we already track. So as an example, our quality programs track outcomes. The ED length of stay measure is in our quality-based reimbursement program. Our patient experience, even though I didn't have it up there, there is a significant correlation between patient experience and ED length of stay. So that is part of the pay-for-performance quality-based reimbursement program as well. And those will continue to be in the program as we transition to AHEAD. So I think it's more tied to how it drives some of the overall metrics.
Is this working? Okay, so how about some technicals? Is it working? You guys hear me? Yeah. All right, so how about some technical fun right now? Okay, we've heard all this policy stuff, but now we're going to get into the weeds a little bit about charge master, CPT codes, fun stuff for those in that world. Okay, so we're going to change gears. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Wayne, who I've been working with on the L&D, but he's going to give sort of an overview on kind of the why and what we might need from hospital providers. So kick it off.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So just back up one more, go back to the first one. What I'd like to just clarify is that we're going to talk about the conversion, but we're going to lead off with a brief discussion on the by report reporting. And that's significant. You'll learn why that is in a moment. every year, we ask hospitals to complete a special audit for us. And it's a specific set of procedures that we have them or their consultants engage in to report on their operations. Within that documentation that they submit to us, we ask them to communicate to us what they're recording for that given year. So the next slide, please. So in my portion of the presentation, I'm going to go give you a background about the report reporting process, the current state, some definitions and some calculations that we use from that information that lead into the RVU conversions or the conversion process. Next slide, please. So the challenge we faced more recently, every year with the special audits, when we request bioreport information to be submitted to us, we often ask, or it's in our procedures that we say, you need to have back documentation to support how you derived the information used to determine your bioreporting data. And this year, most recently, we did the same exercise, and we requested supporting documentation for the respective hospitals. Unfortunately, we received a lot of inconsistent data across the hospitals. So that led us to believe that not everybody's on the same page, right? So that was the challenge we faced. The goal here today is to kind of give baseline understanding to the group here about what we mean when we say bioreport submissions to the HSCRC. Hopefully the impact will be that we get data submitted to us that from the special audit that helps us identify rate centers that should go through the conversion process. Next slide, please. So what is a bioreport? A bioreport is an unlisted service or services really performed that is not listed in our Appendix D. To clarify, Appendix D is regulation within our accounting and budget manual. And so when hospitals don't have a service presented in the Appendix D, they then need to submit to that. They need to calculate their own RVU value for those procedures. And so what we're asking is that hospitals basically refer back to the CPT information submitted to them by CMS, where when they see that there's not a CPT RVU value included in our Appendix D, to flag that procedure as a bioreport. Next slide, please. What are RVUs? That might lead you to ask. RVUs are based on the Medicare physician fee schedule, non-facility practice expense RVUs. They are developed using a resource-based methodology that estimates the overhead cost for providing a given service in a facility setting. This resource-based approach uses calculations to determine the direct, indirect, and malpractice liability that is associated with the service being provided. So the baseline is we need to have an understanding. The RVU is supposed to capture what it costs to deliver a particular procedure at a hospital to the given patient. Next slide, please. Here is an example of the information that was issued by CMS. So the starting point for us to calculate the RVU is to look at the CMS weights that are presented to us in the non-facility PE schedule. So if I can refer you back to the bottom portion of this slide, you see there's a CPT code 10030 and has a description associated with it. In the CMS documentation, they've assigned it a non-facility PE weight, which is the 15.52. During our conversion process, in consultations with hospitals, we often, through collaboration, determine that the process we're going to use to assign the appropriate RVU for this particular service is by multiplying that weight of 15.52 times 10. So if you follow the graph at the bottom, the CMS will have a 15.52 weight. And for our process, we'll multiply that by 10, which gives us the 155, and round the decimal to the right, either up or down, based on if it's 5 or greater. So in this case, when we go through the conversion process, the mathematics we use is to multiply the weight given by 10 and then round up. So that's how we got the 155 from the 15.52. Ultimately, this is going to be included in our Appendix D process after we go through a process of communicating these changes to our commission. Again, every CPT code listed in our Appendix D is regulation. So unfortunately, or fortunately, there's a process that we have to go through in order to make sure that the commissioners understand what the new values are going to be in our regulation. And this takes some time, but this is the mathematics that we use internally to determine how to derive that value. Next slide, please. When a procedure is not listed in the Appendix D, a hospital must identify another CPT code and assign a reasonable value based on the following. CMS is constantly updating their list of procedures. So what we do on our end, we try to keep up with that. Over the years, it's been a challenge because they will assess, reevaluate across multiple rate centers. And so our goal is to try to keep up with that cadence, if you will. So in the event that we have not updated Appendix D for a particular rate center, what we ask hospitals to do is to estimate, to come up with their own value, RVU value, and then report that and flag it as by report. So in order for them to do that, we suggest, and in our regulation that states that they should find a similar CPT code that's existing in Appendix D that reflects the time, supply, cost, and methodology used in performing those services. That information they should maintain on file. So when we go back and find out how to derive, how they calculated their RVU value for a given procedure, we then have a roadmap to determine how consistent that is across hospitals. Because most procedures performed at multiple hospitals. And so what often happen is we have a divergence between how one hospital will calculate their RVU value versus another one is in a by report status. And so we gather that information to review it to determine what our next step forward is going to be. What areas, what rate centers have the presence of the large number of by reports. And then we then tackle that with internal work group that we then solicit help from the industry to help us work through. But we need the supporting documentation on file. And in the past, as I stated at the beginning of this presentation, when we did this recently, we got divergent information about the same CPT code. So ultimately, we have a process internally that we use to determine the RVU value. But in the meantime, we give the hospitals a resource, a tool for them to determine their own RVUs, but they then have to communicate that to us in the form that it was a by report RVU calculated. Next slide, please. Okay, with that presentation about the by reports, and you'll see how that leads directly into the conversion process, I want to open it up for any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for the overview and presentation. Hey, how are you?
Oh, his mustache now. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. It must have been a very long time because I've had this for a while, but that's okay. So the RVU by report, and I totally understand the reason behind it. And when we have started RVU task force, the direction to utilize the Medicare or RVU schedules. The concern that I have is, and quite frankly, it happened this year, is when the American Medical Association comes out with new CPT codes and they delete codes. So the situation is we have a code that was in Appendix D, assigned a RVU value based off of Medicare, but that code is deleted. So per the Appendix D instructions is to use the most recent Medicare RVU value. The issue is the most recent Medicare RVU value is a decrease in RVUs. So therefore, for the same service that a hospital has provided over years at a higher RVU is now getting discounted, if you will. And of course, there's not a RVU conversion because we only do that when we change the entire rate center RVUs. What is the plan for HSCRC to address that scenario where, in theory, hospitals are losing out on their GBR revenue simply because of a change of CPT codes and a change in Medicare RVUs for the CPT code that replaces it?
Yeah, well, as it stands right now, the thought is if you can find another similar CPT code within the CMS's list of CPT codes, that's what we always suggest, to use a similar one, because we can't. The problem is oftentimes hospitals want to jump to what's been issued by CMS, but not yet approved by our commission. And that presents a problem for us, unfortunately. So the default position is to find another CPT code that would closely mirror the procedure that you're currently performing, such that we can report on that information as closely as possible. Now, in your notes, I guess you could tell us why you're using the CPT code and rationalize why it needs to be higher possibly. But I'm going to open the floor up to a couple other comments because we have somebody from rate setting and they may be a better person to speak to that. So Kate.
All right.
Sorry. Give your example because there were two CPT codes which
Yes.
had a value of 1 and now it's 0.5. I'm just using that.
Right.
And it's going to be a revenue reduction. So how is it handled when we're not updating the Appendix D real time?
Yeah, and to address that, to find a similar CPT code, that is what we did. And the similar CPT code was the replacement code of the one that was deleted. But that RVU value for Medicare is lower than what was established, again, for the same service being provided. So therefore, it's lower RVUs for the same service, therefore it's lower revenue. Hi.
You could say. So hi, everyone. I'm Kate Cooksey. I'm the Deputy Director of Rate Setting at the HSCRC. If you ever have an instance like Rich is talking about, you can come to me and we can make a revenue neutral volume adjustment that spreads to your other rate centers. So we have several hospitals that have had similar instances in the past year and since my tenure. And we do make adjustments to hospitals' RVUs. These adjustments remain revenue neutral, but they fall outside the standard RVU conversion.
Thank you. And I will add, Kate, she does work very, very well with us. So I do appreciate that. But this time it's not on email, but we got on record. So.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other questions related to this topic? If there aren't any, I'm going to turn it over to, we can talk about the official conversion process.
Thank you, Wayne. So I've had the privilege of working with Wayne and Bill on the labor and delivery. So most of us in the room have labor and delivery in their hospital. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do real quick, this is not going to take long, is that labor and delivery is now on the docket to update the Appendix D, as Wayne mentioned. So I'm going to just talk about where we are with that, looking at the current state, what we're proposing, and would love to have some input. I mean, I'm not sure if any in the room are on the task force that we set up in October, and then our timeline. Okay, so labor and delivery. So guess what? We haven't updated that Appendix D since 2013. And to Wayne's point, that means that as new procedures come on board, you all have to do the by report. Okay, and there's lots of inconsistency with that. So we need to get labor delivery up to the 2025 CMS CPT code guidelines. So annually, I think most of you know that CMS does update the list of CPT codes that we use for billing, tracking, and documenting of medical services. So again, CPT codes describe medical, surgical, diagnostic services provided. The codes are assigned a relative value unit, and that's what's in this Appendix D. And we use CMS guidelines to do that. But if we're 12 years behind, again, the Appendix D is not going to be up to date, and that's what we're trying to do here. And then again, the HSCRC assembles technical work groups annually, and hoping that we can do this a little bit more frequently with some other rate centers going forward, because a lot of the rate centers, lab being one, I mean, lab has not been updated since 2013 as well, and I think that's going to be the next rate center. So again, this is really to make life easier for all of us to manage our procedures and our charge masters. Next slide, please. So again, the technical work group, again, recommended using the current CPT codes. And we will be doing that and asking hospitals to modify their charge masters. Again, this conversion process will standardize CPT codes and RVUs. And then again, it goes back to eliminating the need for you guys to have to do a buy report, which is extra work for you. So next slide. So what we're proposing, again, to implement the current CPT codes for labor and delivery, working with, again, a multi-disciplinary group. We have hospitals pretty much throughout the state, Hopkins, University, Luminous, et cetera, so that we're getting consensus on what are the procedures that are done in labor and delivery, get the CPT assignments done. But we're also recommending that we move observation and major and minor surgeries that are done in L&D out of L&D. Okay, so that's a recommendation that is going to come from the task force that will have to go to the commissioners for approval. And then the final point is, for those who are in this world, we will be asking you to help us or help you do a conversion factor. So in other words, if you have these procedures now, and now we're going to go to the future, what's the conversion factors? And so there'll be spreadsheets that will come from the HSCRC asking you to do that work. And we're hoping that we can do this by the end of March with a July 1 implementation, so that your rate orders on July 1 will reflect the new rate for L&D. Next slide. So we've been meeting since October. We do have a subgroup that's been advising the main group. The main group is going to be meeting next Thursday. We'll meet again in February, and hoping we get this work done by the end of March. And again, a draft will go to the commissioners and then be approved in June. So that is it. So I'm going to open it up for any questions. And Wayne, do you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. One thing that should be noted, when we go through a conversion process, again, we're just updating Appendix D from its old state to the new state. This is a revenue neutral process. So hospitals are not losing any revenue in that particular rate center when the conversion occurs. We're just realigning the RVUs within that rate center. So it doesn't negatively impact the bottom line of a hospital. So that should hopefully be another reason for people to want to participate. And it helps us rationalize some of the services, because as was noted, some of the services listed in Appendix D have not been looked at in a while. So CMS's update, what it also serves to do is to modernize the expenses associated with performing a service. And so by us going through the reversion process, what we're really doing is realigning hospital expenses internally, because, you know, machines that were very expensive once before may not be as expensive. Maybe there's more labor expense associated with providing the service. So the rationalization that happens during the conversion process actually is trying to modernize the way costs are administrated currently at hospitals, as opposed to what was maybe previously the case.
And I think what we found in going through this L&D exercise is there are procedures in Appendix D that hospitals aren't even doing anymore. And as you all know, with technology, new things have come online. So hoping that we can get L&D, you know, up to date with July 1 implementation. Questions? Kalita.
All right, so I have a question for the audience.
Oh, whoa.
So you have to answer the question, but you have to answer at the mic. What are the primary challenges your hospital face with the current buy report submission, and how can these be addressed?
Question was the challenges. So buy report, I think one challenge is the one I just mentioned, where years go down the road, Medicare changes their RVU structure. Medicare is not in a fixed revenue system. So therefore, really RVUs, what we assign it doesn't mean anything at the moment, to the point that it's revenue neutral. My comment to revenue neutral is that it is revenue neutral if everything else is equal. Volume is equal in each of the rate centers. So it's not necessarily revenue neutral. But the challenge of the buy report is, one, identifying a similar CPT code, because a service is a separate service from a CPT code assigned, except an example I gave where AMA has deleted a code for another code. The other challenge I see in bio reports is especially with labs. I know we're going through the RVU conversion for labor and delivery, but laboratory RVU assignments is very difficult, especially with lab RVUs or lab tests that are sent out. And identifying the bio report based off of cost and costs established by the send outs versus the lab test that is done in-house. So it's a combination of this natural changes of CPT codes and the actual costs incurred by hospitals between send out labs and in-house lab tests.
No, that's a great point. And that's why lab is going to be next on the agenda to update. Thank you, Rich.
Thank you. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. All right, so this afternoon, I'll be providing what is likely our last update of the annual filing modernization project. Don't everyone cry at once. I know you're sad, Stacy. But before I begin, I just want to first start by thanking hospitals for your participation and patience over the last 2.5 years. I'd specifically like to thank our beta test group, Teresa, Augustin from Meritus, Carl Presenica, and Brooke Fodell from GBMC, Beth Kelly, and Stacy Sarwick from MedStar, Essen Kappa Agnes, Zach Peach from Luminous, and Mike Rosenbaum from OMS. You and your team dedicated significant time and effort to test and retest the first iterations of the e-filing tool, and your feedback really helped shape it into the final product that not only met the HSCRC needs, but better supported hospital submission needs. And so I am very grateful. I'd also like to thank our consultants, I3 Healthcare Consulting, SB and Company, and HMetrics for their hard work over the course of this project. And finally, I'd like to thank other industry stakeholders for your participation and input, specifically KPMG for their expertise and informal guidance over this effort. Next slide, please. All right, so as you all know, we're concluding a multi-year effort to modernize the annual filing. If you remember, we started this because we had all of these questions about the data, but we didn't really have a way to easily answer those questions within the way that the data was structured. And so it's been a long, not always so fun process, but we finally gotten to a point where we can begin to answer some of these questions. Questions like, what do physician costs look like across the state? Is the data being reported consistently across hospitals? And what would be the impact of changing certain allocations? Next slide, please. All right, so these were our goals, if you remember, at the start of the project, and I'm very pleased to announce that we met every goal. We created Schedule CCS, which is the clinician cost schedule to capture reporting on clinician costs. We removed outdated and unneeded schedules, we updated definitions, and we revised cost allocations. So even though we might not have revised as many cost allocations as we originally anticipated, we did manage to create a framework in which we can now better understand the nuances in reporting across hospitals, which will allow us to better model the impact of potential changes in the future. We created the e-filing tool via HMetrics Dave, and we updated the accounting and budget manual. And probably my favorite out of all of this is we made the accounting and budget manual searchable. So now I can look up things on the website. All right, next slide, please. So, all right, what can you take away from the fiscal 25 annual filing? It was very admittedly a bumpy process. There were some learning curves on behalf of hospitals, on behalf of the HSCRC. There were bugs that we needed to work out in the e-filing tool and in the template itself. But ultimately, what I really want you to take away from this is that hospitals successfully submitted their data via the e-filing tool, and that is a win. Hospitals also recently completed their first Schedule CCS submission with official data, and we're in the process of reviewing that data and may reach out with clarifying questions in the next couple weeks. Since I've already gotten a few questions about this, fiscal 25 summary level data should be posted to our website sometime in the spring. Fiscal 24 summary level data for Schedule CCS is actually already on our website. But please just remember It is considered preliminary and will not be used in any of our reporting or analysis. And then finally, the growing pains were not for nothing. They directly informed enhancements to the e-filing tool and the template itself to pave the way for a smoother submission process for fiscal 26. Next slide, please. All right, to end my presentation, I told you this would be brief. I want to discuss briefly the future changes that we're planning to make to the 26 annual filing. So as you all know, we are planning to incorporate Schedule CCS into the annual filing template. What that means is data will be due at the same time as all of your other annual filing information. Next, we're still in the exploration stage, but we're leaning toward incorporating some high-level checks and exhibits into the fiscal 26 annual filing. We heard from a handful of hospitals after the 25 submission that it would be very beneficial to have these checks. So if you remember or still have thoughts and opinions about exhibits or high-level checks that would have been helpful for you or your CFO or auditors while you were completing the annual filing, please feel free to email me. My email is on the last slide. We want to hear from you because we want to make this a tool that it makes your life easier. And I can't guarantee we'll be able to add everything that you suggest, but we will definitely consider it. And then finally, we are going to be making some enhancements. Next slide, please. So we will be making some enhancements to Dave, and not to get super technical, but as some of you may remember, we ran into an error across multiple hospitals that we're calling the multi-cell reference error, where you would have a cell that had a reference and accidentally got assigned like another reference. And so what happened is when you uploaded your template into Dave, it would just fail and the error report wouldn't tell you why. And so in the middle of fiscal 25, we worked with HMetrics to fix that. So now the error report will tell you that that's a thing, and you don't have to kind of go crazy trying to figure out why your template won't work. And then also HMetrics built in the capability so that when you download like the latest annual filing submission, you can download an error-free template that doesn't have this error. My understanding is that didn't used to be the case, so we've made that available. I will say that we are hoping that this is a last resort. We will issue guidance as we get closer to the fiscal 26 process to better understand like how this happened for fiscal 25 and hopefully so that it doesn't happen across hospitals in fiscal 26. But just in case it does, now you'll know what is wrong. We did hear from multiple hospitals, especially systems, that it would be really beneficial if your CFO could sign off on multiple hospitals at once. And so we've built in that capability. It now exists in Dave. So when you go to submit your fiscal 26 annual filing, your CFO has the ability to sign off on one hospital or multi-hospitals all at once. And then this may be a little niche, but some of you had kind of completed your annual filing and sent it off to your CFO to review, or your CFO had signed off and like sent it to the HSCRC for our sign off. And then we made a change. We made a hospital specific change, not to your hospital, in the HSCRC template, and it refreshed and it changed your status back to in progress. I see nodding. We stopped that. Yeah, you're welcome. So next year, the plan is, the hope is, in an ideal world, that once we push the HSCRC template out for fiscal year 26, that we won't have to make hospital specific adjustments. But I also live in reality. And so while we would like for that not to happen, it might. And so we wanted to make a way that your own submission status would not be changed or affected by refreshes. So once you send it to the CFO, if I change the template 80 times, like for hospitals, you won't, your status won't change. So your CFO can go in and see the file and not be like, where's the file? And then lastly, we are currently reviewing the fiscal 25 annual filing data, and we're specifically looking into hospital reporting inconsistencies that were uncovered during the fiscal 25 process. And so we're going to reach out to affected hospitals in the coming weeks for further discussion. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. So do we have any questions for Karen?
Hi, Karen. My question is, someone new to the annual filing process, what would be your recommended path to like just learning? What would be the best resources to take a look at?
Sure. So actually still on the front page of our website is the link to the annual filing modernization. It will go away soon, but it will still live on our website. But we have a lot of resources in there from where we had all of our meetings are recorded. We haven't taken them off the website. We have, there should be slides on there that honestly go over like the goals and the plans. So I would start there, but then also you can just kind of email like if somebody wanted a more in-depth or had questions, you can email HSCRC annual and we'd happy to answer any like specific questions. But right now I think the modernization section of the website has enough background to get your feet wet, also overwhelm you. It was a long process. It's on the work groups page that you learned about by the very competent personality hire, Erin Sherman.
So what are the expected benefits of revising the cost allocation framework for Maryland hospitals?
Sure. So the expected benefits are that, well, one, we will know what that hospitals are reporting things consistently. So one of the things that we uncovered actually during this process was just how nuanced and complicated it was and how different hospitals report like the auxiliary cost centers like differently. And so one of the benefits is that we would say, okay, we know how you're reporting this and now we can change it and measure the impact, or we can I don't know, I lost my train of thought, but it's fine. But it's so allowing us to be able to revise the cost allocation framework allows us to have more flexibility in the annual filing itself for changing things that we hear all the time. Well, how come there's an inpatient hold in the rate files, or something about supplies and drugs overheads? And, you know, it allows us to dig into the data across hospitals and more easily say, okay, well, what happens if we do move overhead out of supplies and drugs? How does that affect rates from there? So just nothing super concrete right now, but it opens up this world of possibilities in analyses, knowing what we're looking at.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace Mannix. I'm Associate Director of Reporting and Analytics at CRISP. I'm joined today by Jessica Heslop, and we're going to go over some of the head reporting tools and just CRISP reporting services in general, just to give you some more information. Next slide. So as I just mentioned, we're going to give a background of CRISP reports, and then we'll just go into a high level of the different head measures and reporting plan that we have in place. I know it's touched on a little bit earlier. And then also we'll go through some portal use cases, the CRISP portal and upcoming projects. And then we'll also give some more information on additional resources. All right, so just to start out with CRISP reporting services, the CRISP reporting services, we basically collaborate with different stakeholders to help develop reports and host different reports in a centralized suite. And so our reports, we use various data sources such as HSCRC case mix data, the Medicare data, the Medicaid data, and we also have some reports on vaccination. And so we use this data, work with stakeholders to either develop reports that will help hospitals monitor their different programs, or assist different policies, so hospitals can monitor and track how they're doing. We have various different user types. We have reports for ambulatory users. We have reports for health departments, hospitals, you name it, we probably have a report for you. And so these reports support some key initiatives I listed out here: population health, quality of care, readmissions, health disparities, and then also value-based program. And so basically CRS, as I mentioned, is a suite, and it's just a central place where users can access their reports and be able to access them at ease and download data that is needed. So basically the slide is just showing where you can access the CRIS Reporting Services portal. It is on our CRIS portal here, and there's a card called Reports. If you don't have this reports card, feel free to reach out to this to our support email, support@crisphealth.org, or you can also reach out to your HIE admin if you know who that is, and they should be able to assign you access to the CRIS Reporting Services portal and the reports card. Next slide. So I mentioned all the different types of reports we have. This slide kind of goes through all those. There's a lot of information on this slide. I'll go over it at a high level, but I think this slide just kind of shows all the different reports and different programs and policies we support. So this first column here, we have our methodology and quality programs, and this is the HSCRC case mix data. And so some of these reports under this portal or under this card on the portal are the MHAC program, potentially avoidable utilization, the quality based reimbursement reports. And then the next one, the total cost of care programs uses CCLF and HSCRC case mix data. So we have reports on that to help hospitals monitor how they're doing. We have our value-based care insights tool, which I presented on last year. And then we also have EQIP reports and ECIP and then MD PCP. We also have our Medicare reports. And so this includes our Medicare analytics data engine, and we have a skilled nursing facility utilization report. And then our last two is an all payer. We have all payer reports, which use the CCLF and Medicaid data. And then also, additionally, there's also case mix data in this, which isn't listed, but we have our patient total hospitalization reports, which allows hospitals just look at their general case mix data, their patient population, and let them drill down into how they're doing. And then we also have a pre-post report, which lets you look at hospitalizations before and after program enrollment date. And we have our multi-payer reporting suite, which we released 2 years ago or last year. And this combines the Medicare and Medicaid data, and you're able to see it in one centralized place. And then we have our public health reports. This uses the case mix data. We developed these mostly for in mind local health departments, but also they're available to other user types, of course. And this just gives you a high level overview of how the population is doing. And so we have our public health dashboard and our health equity explorer. And so today we just wanted to kind of just give like a brief highlight on two new things that CRIS Reporting Services worked on in the last year. I mentioned our pre-post report, which uses, which looks at hospital utilization before and after program enrollment date. So basically you upload a program into CRIS or the CRIS Reporting Services portal. Using the program you uploaded, you'll be able to see hospital utilization for your patients before and after. And so we redesigned this report if you've used it before, but we redesigned it just to make it run faster, make it apply to other programs now. And so there's been some additional reports added and features, including the different demographics of patients on your program that you uploaded. We had added some additional filters, primary diagnosis, and we also added measures into the report, such as readmissions and PQIs. So that was one thing we've done in the last year is redesigned our pre-post report. And then this is a very exciting new product that CRIS has. We're we've kind of jumped into the space of something called clinical reporting. And so clinical reporting leverages our admit, discharge, and transfer data, our ADT data, our CCD data, the continuity of care documents, and then also our referral data. So data we haven't really reported out on before. We've developed this new product called clinical reporting. It is still very new in the beginning stages, but we're slowly rolling it out. And so the benefit to clinical reporting is this data is more real time, unlike the Medicare, Medicaid, and case mix data, usually a 2-month data lag there. So with clinical reporting, you can see data more in real time to get some insights on your population health and patient health and conditions. There's a screenshot on the side here of one of our reports and what it looks like. but some of the reports include hospital revisits, panel demographics, and then we also have a report on the infant and maternal health system. I believe the hospital revisits and the panel demographics reports are available to hospitals. I know there are some test users at hospitals testing it out and giving us feedback and letting us know how to improve it. So now to jump into HEAD reporting. So basically, for HEAD, we are preparing, or we're starting to work on developing reports. So users are able to access and track their different HEAD measures. And so earlier, Bronte, I think, touched on this, but we're working closely with MDH and other stakeholders to develop a HEAD reporting suite. And so right now, we're focused on the claims-based measures, the population health accountability plan, and the primary care HEAD measures. And we're hoping to have something out by the end of 2026, and that's our plan for right now. And so our goal is to help support all the different entities that are involved in the HEAD, to have one comprehensive reporting suite. And we want to make it easy to access and have it already in an existing infrastructure. So we're leveraging the CRIS reporting services portal. And then we're also building a new comprehensive quality report. So I think these measures have been shown a couple times today, but we just added these just to show like what measures we're going to be including in the first round or phase 1 of our HEAD reporting suite. So the statewide PAP quality measures, and then next slide, the primary care quality measures here. So these will be included in the first round of the HEAD reporting suite that we're developing right now. Next slide. And so our goals with this centralized reporting suite for a HEAD is to make sure users are able to access this report and track their performance for all the claims-based quality measures. And then we're also, we want to be able to provide a comprehensive reporting suite so it can meet your data needs. And so we are keeping in mind the attribution type, so which patients users should be able to see. They should be able to have access to that to help monitor how they're doing. And so which patients are included in each of the reports. And then also the PHI access to make sure you have appropriate access if you can have access to the level of patient data that's available and appropriate. And so this is just an example of high level of what we're thinking for a HEAD reporting. So the proposed format for now is a summary view, and then you can always click in and you'll be able to see a more specific measure view. Users with PHI access will be able to drill down into their beneficiary level details. And we're kind of mocking it up to make it a little bit similar to the multi-payer reporting suite, the quality measures dashboard. If you've ever been in our multi-payer reporting suite, there's a quality measures dashboard, as I just said. And so we're kind of making it look similar to that. So just to get an idea. And then here are some screenshots, and this is from the multi-payer reporting suite, but this just gives you an idea of what we're working on right now, but it'll be for the HEAD measures that I mentioned earlier. And I will pass it over to Jessica.
Hey, thanks, Grace. I'm Jessica. I'm the Director of Outreach and Engagement Strategy. So essentially, I'm here to talk about what's available outside of just reports. That's probably where most of you all interface primarily within the reporting suite, since it is claims-based. You guys are working a lot with some of these large programs and keeping track of how you're doing with certain policies. But we want to talk about essentially complementary services or applications that we have that we can leverage additional real-time data that we get. Grace mentioned ADTs, CCDs, we get lab data, we get data from provider-submitted patient panels. And how can we essentially leverage all this in a way to help you all operationalize it? So I'd like you to think of maybe other team members that are working cohesively with you all in these programs and maybe see if like some of these use cases would be more applicable to them. So you can go next slide. So one example we're going to start with is our preventative screening notifications. So we just heard that there is some measures ahead around with breast cancer screening. And essentially using our HIE, we do have the ability to very quickly notify people when we do get information about a screening. So specifically, we have colorectal and breast cancer screening. We actually did recently add some exact sciences data. So you'll have like Cologuard information as well to kind of get that full picture. And it actually streamlines this information so you can directly click on that relevant clinical information in order to get that documentation. So really what the goal is here is to streamline your care coordination. Let's waste repetitive phone calls. Let's help you hone in on maybe some of the decision-making that your providers may be making. So that's sort of a goal here. The next use case that we'll talk about, well, this actually isn't a use case, but we really like to highlight an opportunity. So within the portal, one of the great things about CRISP is the plethora of data we have. You have so much information. It goes back many years. I think by default, 36 months, but really there's availability to look even further back than that. And really some of the feedback that we got was there was a lot of duplicative clicking to try to find the same information for different patients over and over again. And essentially within our clinical application, we have what's called My Patient Summary, or really that customizable dashboard. So we know that a care manager and maybe a physician need different types of information, but they're again kind of going through that same exercise of clicking 4 or 5 times over and over and over again. And it essentially allows you to pin, I think there's up to 8 features within the CRISP portal to really easily access this. So when you're looking at patients, again, that information is really at your fingertips, reducing any time that's spent, doing that repetitive clicking. So again, some of your team members may have different uses for this. And we found, again, it was a great response back from especially physicians who really were our main stakeholders here, that it helped cut down on that time that they're spending within CRISP. The next thing that we're going to talk about is essentially highlighting some of our more sophisticated notification capabilities. So because of the data that we have the ability to have what we call logic-based alerts, sometimes referred to as intelligent alerts, but essentially we're using selective criteria, even some predictive type of modeling criteria, and we're able to flag patients. So the screening tool that we mentioned is sort of an example of this, but we can actually go one level deeper in the sophistication of this. So it's really helpful for stakeholders that are managing a large patient population. So, and their care teams may need to focus on people with specific conditions, maybe have specific patterns or utilization, or a really high at-risk group. This is a way to, again, sort of streamline this and assist with essentially the time being spent on narrowing down on those patients. So in these logic-based alerts, I just wanted to highlight diabetes care because again, it aligns with some of the things we've heard with AHEAD. So we specifically have 3 different types of flags that again are available. One is for pre-diabetic patients. So it can identify patients that are potentially at risk. Another flag, again, based off of either primary or secondary diagnosis, we can easily identify patients who have been hospitalized due to diabetes and need follow-up care. So think of your primary care physicians who may be trying to ensure that their patients have a necessary follow-up, don't have another readmission, and you can really hone in on maybe the issue that needs to be addressed. So again, ultimately, tools like this leverage a full range of data that we have within CRISP, and we hope that they are helping provide timely interventions and overall a better alignment of resources. In one of the slides back, Grace sort of showed the different squares of tiles that we have. Reports as a tile and our clinical applications is another tile. So again, if you don't have that, you can reach out to us. Access is sort of determined based off of the type of user and again, PHI access and things like that. I think the next slide. Before I go into resources, I guess I just want to highlight that CRISP tools don't live in a silo. They all sort of interact, and essentially they're likely as a CRISP tool for any stakeholder across the care continuum. And ultimately, And hopefully the takeaway here is that we welcome the cross-team collaboration, and potentially there could be tools that, some of your colleagues could leverage or can really help supplement maybe the tracking that you may do within the report system. But again, how do you operationalize it? What are things that we can do in a real time that really help those frontline staff that may ultimately be responsible for some of that population? So we did want to talk about additional resources because we hear all the time about CRISP. I don't know what I don't know. And that's fair. I feel like both of us are probably feel that way too, because it is such a plethora of opportunities and information that's in there. So I just do want to highlight some of our sort of more typical communication that we have. So for those that are reports users, you should expect at least twice a month release notes. Essentially what has been updated within CRISP. What is the most recent month that's available? Is there a new tool that is open? Is there actually a change in the data schedule that we initially anticipated? That is all going to live there. So again, you should expect that twice a month. We also have a quarterly newsletter, and this is going to, again, highlight kind of across the board CRISP services. Hopefully some user stories we can highlight there. If we do have new tools, or maybe we can align highlighting an opportunity, let's say with like some, breast cancer month or things like that, that we can talk about ways CRISP can be leveraged there. Really important here, we have a reporting advisory committee. We call it the RAC. I think it meets quarterly. Okay. And we have a really range of representation, but please, we encourage everyone to be involved. This is typically where some of these conversations and introduction of new tools like the clinical reporting Grace mentioned is first talked about there, to get feedback, to get volunteers or pilot organizations. So it's a great way. If you or your hospital don't have a representative, please let us know. I think we have a pretty good cohort, but again, we welcome many people to join. We also have weekly webinars. Once a month, we hold like a CRISP 101. So whether you're new and don't know the tools that are available, or you're just looking for a refresher, it's sort of a good place to start. But we also deep dive essentially in all of these tools. We do a reporting specific one quarterly. So some of those topics do rotate. And we always take feedback if there is a topic of interest. We're sort of evolving the webinars and training. And we also want to mention, and I think we talked a little bit earlier about your HIE admin / account manager. Essentially, that is like the dyad partnership when it comes to CRISP access. So there's someone within your organization, your HIE admin, that manages those within your organization and what access they have, but they work in collaboration with our account managers who say, okay, is there anything needed on the CRISP side in order to facilitate that? Are there different ways of messaging? For example, these notifications you like, but in your world, you want it in a large direct file. So we can kind of work through that together. And again, both of them, if you don't know, we're happy to direct you to them, or our support line can also make sure that they're tied into any of these types of conversations. And the last thing that I didn't put here, but we should have, or I failed to put up here, is we do host an annual summit, typically in the May timeframe. So hopefully there'll be communication out about that. But that again, kind of, we honestly work with a lot of people in this room to provide updates, talk about use cases, to give CME credits when available, to kind of align the things that CRISP is working on, and get information out to our end users. And yeah, essentially, I think that's it. I don't know if we slowed down enough, but we just want to put up the support email, but I think Grace and I's email, if it's not there earlier, we can also hand that out. But that's a good place to start. And we also have a ton on our website with prior trainings and essentially information about each of the different applications that we touched on a little bit today. Oh, yes, questions.
So are there specific tools that CRISP recommends to hospitals to further explore and become educated on to help with their transition to AHEAD?
Yeah, I guess to answer this question, we already have existing reports for HSCRC that we host on our CRS portal. So using those, and I think we mentioned, or it was mentioned earlier, that there's a transition period and that the model's not changing that much for a little bit of time, but we're hoping that the AHEAD reporting suite can help users gauge or just different organizations and anyone participating in it had gauge how they're doing and how they're doing on their performance. So we still have those HSCRC reports, but hopefully we'll add additional reports to help with the transition.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, let's start there. A little closer. I just don't want it to fall down. I hear this is a fall risk, which we know is bad. Okay, thank you all for having me. I have the unfortunate or good thing of being your last speaker of the day. So I'm the last thing standing between you and happy hour, which seems to happen to me more often than I like to admit. So if you're not, I keep making this dad joke, OBA it. I'm going to talk a little bit about HR1 or the One Big Beautiful Bill Act for what we're calling OBA at the department. And my goals today are to kind of hit on a couple of critical things. I think many of you are already familiar with just the general parameters around the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. It was signed into law by President Trump on July 1st. It's expected to have broad-ranging impacts across healthcare delivery. My presentation is focused on Medicaid. Obviously, there's going to be big impacts for our qualified health plans as well as the Medicare program. There's already changes underway for our SNAP program and some of our other initiatives in the state. But today's presentation is really focused on Medicaid. So I have sort of three goals for today that will hopefully bring us all the way to happy hour. The first is just to outline at a high level some of the provisions as they impact the Medicaid program. And then to talk a little bit more about how the Department of Health is strategizing around responding to OBA and these changes. It's a full court press across the state that extends beyond the Department of Health. And then last, to just do a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the requirements related to new work requirements or community engagement requirements, as the federal government is calling it. So with that being said, we'll kind of jump into it. Next slide, please. I think everyone is well aware of how many people are enrolled in Medicaid in the state in this room, 1.5 million people. That's roughly a quarter of our population. So just to put some of these slides into context in terms of the impact. So there are several provisions in OBA that will impact Medicaid eligibility in significant and new ways. So the first two are outlined on this slide. First are just changes to immigration eligibility requirements. This is a significant change in terms of the types of adults that can qualify for Medicaid. And these new requirements kick in on October 1st of this year. Specifically, there's going to be new classes of immigrants that qualify for Medicaid today that will no longer allowed to be enrolled. That includes individuals like refugees and asylees, immigrants granted parole, and victims of abuse and trafficking. There are other, of course, this is not every immigration status out there. A lot of those that qualify for coverage today will continue to qualify, including, for example, legal permanent residents, Cuban Haitian migrants, and individuals who are under the CAFA agreement. So in terms of our current estimates on coverage losses associated with this, that's about 15,000 people. If you've been following the department's fact sheets that we've been issuing since July of last year when this bill passed, I'll just flag that initial number we estimated was 60,000. We've reduced that number down to 15,000 based on just further analysis. Our initial estimates were based on best public available sources of data. And we think that was an overestimate because some of those individuals will stay in coverage, like those legal permanent residents. But that being said, right, 15,000 people is still a significant number of folks that will be losing coverage. One of the big myths or things that we're getting questions about with these changes are just how broad is this impact? There's specific provisions in the law that exempt pregnant women and children from these new requirements. So those populations won't see any changes in terms of how they access to care. And that the provisions also don't impact Medicaid's emergency medical services, where individuals, regardless of immigration status, so long as they meet our income standards, can qualify for care in an emergency setting. So just right level setting, table setting in terms of risks and challenges with this provision. This provision also doesn't impact our Healthy Babies program. That program's been in place since July 1st of 2023. It's a provision that allows us to cover individuals who don't otherwise qualify for Medicaid, for example, if they're undocumented, during the period of their pregnancy and 4 months postpartum. So there's a specific provision in OBA that exempts that type of program from these new requirements.
Obviously, the other big ticket item on this slide is the Medicaid work requirements. We're going to do a deeper dive on that, but that new requirement comes into play on January 1st of 2027. I think the important thing to remember about this change, just at a high level, is that it just impacts our Affordable Care adults. That Affordable Care Act adults, that's about 320,000 of our 1.5 million enrollees. So common misconception right now, every adult under Medicaid is going to be held to work requirements. That's not true. It's just the Affordable Care Act adults. We'll talk through some of the communication strategies. The department is starting to stand up to communicate with those folks. I think, having been here since we were standing up the Affordable Care Act, we've done a great job of making sure those people just think of themselves as someone who has access to care. I bet if you surveyed a room, most people wouldn't know they're an Affordable Care Act adult or a standard Medicaid enrollee. We call that insider baseball in Medicaid. So we have some strategies to help educate that population. In terms of expected coverage losses, as many as 115,000 people may lose coverage as a result of these changes. I always say in a lot of my presentations, I'm the queen of the asterisks. I'm going to put a big asterisk on that number because that will largely be impacted by human behavior, by our ability to stand up good systems and rely on data. So it's still an open question of whether that number will be that high or not. So we can talk more about that. Next slide, please. And then we also have provisions impacting eligibility just in terms of redetermination requirements. So today, individuals are subject to redetermination every 12 months. We're seeing a change again that just impacts ACA adults. So that 320,000 some odd people of an enrollment will be required to come in and redetermine their benefits every 6 months, starting on January 1st of 2027. I'm going to have a slide a little later to talk about when these different provisions hit and when we think they'll start hitting our enrollment. But again, that is going to require a certain portion of our population to come in and touch the system more frequently than they're used to today. And then there's also going to be changes effective January of 2027 to our retroactive coverage provisions. So today, if someone applies to Medicaid, if they would have qualified in any one of the prior 3 months and had medical expenses, we can cover that. So there's 2 different sets of changes going into place. Again, this is really a provision that's going to impact the ACA adults hardest. That retroactive period is going to be limited to 1 month for them, for those 320,000 people. And for everyone else, it's now newly going to be restricted to 2 months of retroactive coverage. So that's a shift back from 3 months to 2 months or 1 month. I will say, just in terms of some of the data analysis the department has done, one silver lining to this is that the majority of the expenses that we see during the retroactive coverage period today is in the 1 month prior to enrollment. So this will not, it doesn't look good. It's not an easy thing for participants, but the good news is the majority of the services that are covered this way today will still be covered because of that 1 month retro period that will still exist. Next slide, please. There are a number of other provisions tucked into the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that are going to impact Medicaid. I'm just going to go through these rather quickly. There's restrictions in terms of our ability to direct funding to Planned Parenthood that were in place over the course of this fiscal year, starting July 4th of 2025. The state's actively engaged in litigation about that. So for those that are interested, it's a really active area in terms of whether that section is enforceable. There's also changes coming to provider taxes in terms of states' ability to leverage those taxes of providers and rules and requirements that they be broad-based. The department is actively engaged in conversations with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services about the viability of some of the taxes that we have in place. I think the critical thing here to remember is that provider taxes, right, being new money that can come into the general fund, are an opportunity to fund the Medicaid program and other initiatives in the state. So loss of our ability to use those dollars to pull down federal funding could create some fiscal issues for the state at large. There's also provisions making changes to state-directed payments. So that's an authority that allows us to tell our managed care organizations to pay, for example, higher rates to incentivize care that we're exploring with CMS for further guidance. For those of you that have a deeper dive into some of our 1115 health choice authorities, we're in the process of renewing that authority. It expires at the end of this calendar year. There are going to be changes to budget neutrality requirements as well that may impact our ability to have just as broad a scope of services as we're offering today. I'm not talking about the Health Choice Program, which is managed care, but some of those add-on programs, like our housing program, and some of those other services and pilot programs that we've stood up through the years. And then also changes in the future. This is further out, October 1st of 2028, to cost sharing requirements, where certain individuals enrolled in the under the Affordable Care Act may be subject to new higher cost sharing requirements. Remember, today Medicaid has relatively limited cost sharing requirements in Maryland, just $1 and $3 for our pharmacy benefit. This requirement may require us to establish broader cost sharing requirements in the future. And then the last one is one that's a little bit probably tougher, but it's around erroneous payments. So this is going to expand CMS's authority to essentially audit and take back dollars from the state in the event that they find spending that was inappropriate or eligibility determinations that were inappropriate. And that kicks in October 1st of 2029. One thing that I should say, just to caveat this whole presentation also, is that we're still waiting guidance from CMS in many of these areas. The legislation itself requires CMS to issue guidance in June of this year. So it's putting us in a challenging spot where we're having to read those tea leaves in advance and try to make predictions about how some of these policies are going to work as we start implementing and operationalizing some of these requirements, knowing that our timeline, right, for doing all of that is relatively short. So we'll be sharing obviously more information as that guidance gets released. A lot of it so far has been verbal in presentations from CMS, but they do have obligations around releasing written guidance. Next slide, please. So bottom line, obviously this could have a significant fiscal impact for the state. This slide is just to give you a sense of that for what this could look like if all of the bad things that we're worried might happen do, and it's not a guarantee that they will. But overall, up to $2.7 billion of funding, federal funding is at risk due to some of these provisions, depending on what that CMS guidance looks like. Medicaid is a quarter of the state's budget at roughly $15 billion. So this is a significant portion of just the state budget overall. So just trying to put some of these changes into that big picture. Next slide, please. So my next few slides are really meant to address, okay, that sounds bad. What are we going to do about it? And I will say, right, I've been with the department for some time now, and, you know, we've gone through a lot of different changes between standing up the Affordable Care Act changes, weathering the pandemic, the subsequent public health emergency unwinding, and otherwise. And one thing I'll say is this has given us an opportunity to have some infrastructure we can stand back up to respond to these changes. They're obviously very different in nature in terms of some of the things we've dealt with in the last few years. But at the end of the day, kind of the three-legged stool strategy of, you know, in terms of things that we need to do remains the same. So we have 3 different work streams that we've established to try to respond to these things. One focused on communications and outreach, and I'll talk a little bit more about that one in subsequent slides. One focused on data and systems. We know that building out our eligibility systems to be responsive to these changes, to integrate new data sources, and make, right, coming into compliance with these requirements for the consumers that have to use our systems is going to be key. And then we also, that third leg of the stool, right, is staffing. So training our staffs and our caseworkers and our call centers so they know what changes are coming and can be responsive to the public around questions. And underlying all of that, not to get too inside Medicaid, right, is our advanced planning documents, which I consider kind of the foundation or the floor, the thing that's going to stabilize the 3 legs of this stool. That's how we draw down our federal dollars to fund all of these things. And we're talking about millions of dollars of expenditures to make changes to our systems to be responsive to this. So that's something else that we're working very closely with CMS on, and it's complicated and lots of questions and a big lift. So at the end of the day, if we're successful in kind of standing up these 3 pillars on this strong foundation, our goal is really to protect healthcare coverage for individuals that remain eligible, consistent with federal law and guidance. And we're partnering, obviously, more broadly as a state around individuals that may be losing coverage as well, you know, as they transition away from Medicaid. Next slide, please. So just to give you a sense of just who some of the key partners are across these work streams and the fact that this is really an initiative that goes above and beyond the walls of just the Medicaid program. You can see just the partners. I won't read each one of these out loud for each work stream, but we're working collaboratively, obviously, with Maryland Health Benefit Exchange, the Department of Human Services, MD Benefits, HSCRC, UMBC's Hilltop Institute is doing a lot of data related work for us tied to this. Obviously our managed care organizations, and also I'll touch on this a little bit later in the presentation, a new initiative with CRISP, the state HIE. So some of these partnerships, right, we had strong partners during unwinding, so we're standing up that infrastructure again, but it's really a full court press, and probably the one that deserves like bigger font here, external stakeholders. This group, community providers, right? Everyone out there that works directly with Medicaid enrollees is going to be critical on this too, as trusted partners and individuals that they know. Next slide, please. So I think everyone knows about Maryland Health Benefits Exchange, but I just put this slide in here to highlight that there are actually two different major entry points to getting Medicaid coverage. The primary one for the majority of our applicants, 1.2 million people, is the Maryland Health Benefits Exchange, but we also have our eligibility and enrollment system, primarily where individuals who qualify for traditional Medicaid on the basis of being aged, blind, or disabled can apply. The work requirements changes to things that are impacting those ACA expansion adults impact the systems at MHBE, but we're working closely with DHS also on their system. So just wanted to flag two different entry points, lots of coordination required across the teams on this. Next slide, please. In terms of timeline, I have my next couple of slides are just really to give you a sense of just how fast the state is trying to move to come into compliance with these requirements, with, again, that specter holding out over our head that CMS isn't really obligated to release guidance till this summer. We kicked off conversations around data and systems planning last fall, and those have been actively underway. We're now in the process of thinking about business requirements and systems planning, knowing that come this spring, we're going to be actually making some of those system edits and starting to test systems. Next slide, please. You'll see just at the beginning here, June, this middle of the timeline is when the guidance from CMS is coming out. So in terms of a planning perspective, we're trying to be as nimble as we can in terms of how we're building our systems so we can be spry, right? If something changes in a way that we weren't expecting. And then over the course of the summer and the fall, we'll be doing systems testing. The goal is also to work with stakeholders and some of our consumers so they have an opportunity to kind of help us beta test some of these new application components. With go live of some of those new provisions, the immigration requirements this fall, and then come next winter in January, work requirements. Next slide, please. So obviously the data component of the stool is really critical, and there's an opportunity for us to integrate new types of data into the system in new ways to be responsive, and we're kind of calling this our no stone unturned strategy. So I've tried to outline here just some of the areas where we're working within existing state resources to leverage data, including, right, finding new ways to use SNAP data. We already use that information to help auto-renew people through coverage today. There's new SNAP work requirements. We're going to be refining that data to help us, right, for individuals who may continue to qualify for Medicaid because they're meeting those SNAP work requirements. We're working with the Department of Labor to explore opportunities to expand use of their data. We use some of their data today, but they also have workforce initiatives that might help people continue to qualify for coverage because they're getting some of that needed training that qualifies under some of the work requirement exemptions. I'll talk a little bit more about some of our work with CRISP in a couple slides. We're working with MSDE to determine if there's opportunities for us to identify caregivers for children who can continue to qualify for coverage. And we have existing partnership with the comptroller for easy enrollment data, right? But there may be other opportunities for us to leverage data that they have as well. All of this, right, this is one aspect of what we're trying to braid in. Obviously, there's commercial sources of data that we may not have integrated today, for example, around student enrollment that we're also trying to integrate. So a lot of moving parts here that will be critical to the success of this initiative. Next slide, please. One of the other critical elements of this, I think, is also going to be communications. If we weren't learned one thing from unwinding, it was the importance of kind of educating the public about changes that are coming. And right, we see some of the confusion that's starting to percolate amongst the public already. So in terms of some of our critical elements of this, one of our key messaging goals is message discipline across our partners. This was something that we did during the Medicaid check-in campaign during unwinding that we're going to try to replicate here. Our managed care organizations have stepped up. They're partnering with us with a communications firm to help develop this messaging with the goal of having broad-reaching messaging across different platforms, social media, public, things out that are out in public, radio ads, those types of things. Do that all again. And really leverage communicating to different types of audiences. So obviously communicating directly to Medicaid members or those that might be eligible for coverage is key. But we also learned during unwinding how important partnering with providers is. And we're exploring opportunities to work with employers as well. So really anyone that might touch someone that's enrolled in coverage and impacted by these changes. In terms of critical audiences, I think that's evident from some of my comments. Affordable Care Act, enroll adults, non-citizens who may be impacted or not impacted, right? We don't want there to be a chilling effect on people that should continue to qualify for coverage. We want to see them come back in and keep reapplying, as well as pregnant women and children who, right, are largely exempt from these changes. And then obviously that last slide, a couple slides ago, all of the same partners, right, are here again as a key element here. Next slide, please. We do have some initial materials up on our website, and we have a two-phased plan for our communications strategy this go round in spring. Later in this spring in May, we'll be launching what we're calling phase 1, which will be really focused on education. So that public education component to tell people more about the changes that are coming and the actions that they can take. And then starting this fall, when we start to have federally required outreach components that we have to do, we're going to be focused on phase 2, which is education and action, and will extend a full year through 2027 with the goal of directed outreach, for example, through our managed care organizations. Last time around we did text messages, robocalls, mail, really any way we could reach people that were directly going to be impacted by these changes to alert them to the types of actions they can take to retain their coverage. Next slide, please. I did want to highlight just a resource that we have available publicly now as well through the Hilltops Institute's public data port. This is a map just with the ACI population that may be impacted by these changes. This isn't the estimated number of people who may lose coverage, but rather total ACA enrollment. This data can be cut in a number of different ways by county, as well as by congressional district. Next slide, please. And then, as I mentioned at the top of my comments about communications, we know that partnerships on the grassroots level are going to be really important as well. Next slide, please. So what do we know and not know, right, in terms of some of the changes coming around work requirements in particular? And I always kind of struggle where to put these next 2 slides in this presentation. So even as I was going through it, I was like, maybe this should have been later, but that's okay. We're going to do it now. So we know, right, that of those 320,000 ACI adults, as many as roughly 66% are actively engaged in some type of employment or educational activity that will essentially make them exempt from meeting the work requirement or help them meet that. That's a significant portion of that population. How do we close the gap for that remainder, right, is one of the challenges that we're facing. We get asked about data cuts for this. This is our best estimate based on publicly available data. Work information, school information, participation in volunteer activities isn't something that we collect today. So this is something that we're going to be working towards in the future. Next slide, please. And then I think this slide gives you a better sense in terms of when we'll expect some of these requirements to start impacting enrollment. And this is where, right, there's that big asterisk on that 115 some odd thousand people that may lose benefits specifically due to work requirements, because some of that's dependent on human behavior, not just, right, what they're doing for work today. But the first piece where we'll see that drop off of 15,000 people, just if you're a visual person like me, right, will occur this fall. And then next, starting in January of 2027, you'll see the impact of those work requirements starting to come into play, just impacting individuals that are renewing coverage during those months or coming in new to benefits. And what we're kind of thinking of is the double whammy, right? In terms of that new 6-month redebt cycle in tandem with that work requirement piece is going to hit us and start impacting enrollment starting in July of 2027. We know today, right, when people go out of coverage, roughly a third of them come back within a relatively short amount of time. We're going to be monitoring those types of metrics really closely for this ACA population to better understand how the work requirements are impacting some of those trends we've seen. Next slide, please. And then obviously staffing is really critical. The department is already meeting internally, developing training materials and plans to help support our call centers and our caseworkers with some of these new requirements. Next slide, please. Okay, you're in the home stretch. This is this last part of my presentation. Happy hour awaits, but work requirement implementation. This is really complicated from implementation perspective, but I wanted to kind of offer some insights in terms of the requirements and the department's guiding principles as we try to untie this knot over the next few months and have been really since last fall. Next slide, please. So I think the critical thing to remember about how we're kind of trying to approach this is taking full advantage of every flexibility that's available under the law to try to maximize those opportunities, right, to either ensure people are exempt from work requirements or meeting work requirements. There's some, right, opportunity for states to take up certain optional exemptions. Maryland is planning to do that, right? We're building that into our system. There's opportunities really to lean in on some of these definitions. So just take that into mind as we go into this. Next slide, please. So in terms of individuals that have to meet work requirements or community engagement requirements, there are a number of different ways that people can do that. And, you know, if you're not familiar with it, I'm just going to walk through it. So first, and I think one of the other flexibilities we're taking advantage of, right? Some states for new applicants are requiring up to 3 months of compliance. So being in work for the 3 months prior to the application, Maryland is only looking at 1. So our goal is to make this as least burdensome on our applicants as we can. So in order to meet the requirements, you have to have an income of at least $580 a month or 80 hours of work per month. If you're wondering where that 580 came from, it's tied to the national minimum wage rather than Maryland's. So, right, the number of hours you'd have to work in Maryland to meet that 580 hours is less than 80. Or right, 80 hours of SNAP defined work program. So there's some alignment, but not a perfect alignment in the Venn diagram of those requirements. So we're working closely with our partners at DHS. 80 hours of community service. This is probably the toughest one, right? Where we're waiting guidance, like what qualifies as community service, what doesn't, what qualifies as a verification of that, right? There's a lot to unpack there. Or at least half-time enrollment in higher education or a vocational training program. We've been in conversations about data sources for this to help us do a real-time data integration, particularly around school participation. That conversation with DOL, right, around some of their vocational programs. So there's a lot of opportunity here with some data sources, or, right, this is the tricky part, a combo pack, right? 80 hours of any of the above, right? So that's going to be a little bit trickier in terms of translating it. Next slide, please. There also are a whole host of different exemptions to work requirements. So different ways, right, that if you're in this circumstance, you don't have to meet these requirements. I'm not going to kind of read every one of these out loud. You'll get my slides afterwards, but I do want to talk for a moment about medical frailty. Next slide, please. So this is an area where we think there is some opportunity for the state, particularly given that we have rich data sources to tap into in terms of understanding the types of conditions that individuals have. So medical frailty is actually not very well defined in federal law. CMS has told us rely on existing guidance in terms of defining these types of conditions. And it's something that actually first came into play under the ACA with alternative benefits plans. But there's 5 critical buckets here where someone could be exempt from meeting the work requirements on the basis of blindness or disability, having a substance use disorder, some type of disabling mental disorder, a physical, intellectual, or developmental disability, or some other serious or complex medical condition. So we have been kind of doing a deep dive into the federal guidance that's available to try to define and understand these. We've been working in partnership with our managed care organizations, clinicians, our in-house clinicians, and we have an initiative underway with the CRESP HIE on this. We know we have a lot of this information in Medicaid claims and encounter data, but our goal is to make sure that whenever possible, we can automatically verify that someone has one of these conditions without having them to turn in a bunch of paperwork from a doctor. So the goal is to work with CRISP to do a real-time data integration where we'll be able to call the system and check to see if someone has one of these conditions. What is the advantage of using CRISP? Not only will we have access to the Medicaid data, so our own history on this, but also potentially a history with commercial plans or other data sources that we don't have direct access to. So someone could be new to us on the Medicaid side, but could have a medical history we could tap into. So that's something that we're working on that I think has a lot of opportunity and could be very exciting in terms of exempting a significant portion of our population. Next slide, please. And then this is my last one, right? Just to remember, right, our core assumptions around medical frailty, because we do recognize it is a significant opportunity for the state, at least in terms of the first year. And CMS is issuing more and more guidance about what it means to have a minimum viable product in year 1, meaning like, how does your system need to work on January 1st versus how does it need to work a year in? That individuals can self-attest to having that status potentially. Again, our goal is to just review that administratively on the back end without even self-attestation, that we can use that administrative data, that states have that discretion in terms of how to develop that definition. And this is kind of what we're seeing other states doing as well. So Maryland is most definitely in alignment nationally. And then, this requirement, right, that states should be able to verify medical frailty status when possible so that there's auditable data, for example, through CRISP, available for audit purposes. So, I showed you our timeline, right? We're not getting final guidance till June. So there's a lot that could change about this, but we are working with CRISP to try to be nimble in this area. Next slide, please. And then my last slide is just resources. So we have a lot of information available publicly already, some FAQs and initial resources. These all live on our Medicaid What's Changing page. We'll have more resources available in the months to come, particularly as phase 1 starts with our public education efforts in May. My contact information is in this slide. That no stone unturned philosophy extends beyond data integration for state resources, but also for ideas and opportunities from those out in public who are working with our population. We have got some interesting ideas from stakeholders already. So if you're someone like me who this is keeping up at night and you maybe have a crazy idea, we welcome hearing it. I had one, I think, during the pandemic where I thought, well, what if we put the readout dates for our enrollees in CRISP so that providers could see, right, who of their members is going to lose coverage in the next 2 months. And we ended up building that out, and it's been a huge boon for some of our FQHCs. So just saying, like, you may have a creative idea, so we're all about it in terms of at least hearing it and understanding it.
Thank you. Very informative presentation. I do have a question. The slide that you showed for October, the impact, I'll say for the group of individuals that don't qualify for a pathway to citizenship, that group of patients also uses the XO2, XO3 waiver for dialysis. I'm assuming that'll be the same impact as well.
So that's a great question. That XO2, XO3 coverage won't change.
Okay.
So those coverage groups are tied to our emergency Medicaid services, and
Okay.
those services aren't impacted by the changes to our broader kind of comprehensive benefit.
Okay. So, and then that'll translate for dialysis coverage then.
Yes,
Okay.
that is, we have not received any guidance from CMS to the contrary.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Great question. Yeah, I think that's going to be an important thing for people that may be losing coverage, right? They still have that opportunity. Again, go into the emergency room should never be a first line of care, but Medicaid can continue to cover those services. And I think I want to just highlight too, this, it came to mind. I apologize. I know you have a planted question for me. I'm ready for it. Whatever it is. I will say, right, we continue as people churn in and out of coverage on the ACA side. We still have authorities around presumptive eligibility, where individuals can come into a hospital and qualify for Medicaid for up to 2 months of coverage based on largely self-attested information, as well as a similar pathway for individuals who are pregnant. So that may be an opportunity to smooth out some of the bumps. Obviously not ideal, right? You want to come into full comprehensive coverage through a standard path, but as we kind of get through some of the bumps in the road on this, as people learn about the new requirements, those authorities remain in place in Maryland, even though we've needed them less frequently in recent years.
He's ready for me. I don't necessarily have a question, but I just know comment-wise, the 6-month redetermination process is probably going to be a nightmare because it's already an existing one. So definitely for the post-acute care providers and the nursing homes and et cetera, although this is a hospital setting, but so impacts that. So happy nightmare for you, for all of us.
I would just say, I did mention some of those redet dates. I think they're also available in our EVS system now as well. We stood up some functionalities during the pandemic, during unwinding. And so that redetermination date for patients that are actively in care, right? Anyone enrolled in Medicaid, really, you should be able to see as part of your CRISP patient panel for individuals losing coverage within the next 60 days. And I think it's integrated into the EVS system as well. So not to put the burden on providers, right? But there is an opportunity, right, for providers to be proactive in working with patients and encouraging them to come in and reapply. We wanted to give another tool out there that to help kind of remind folks.